methane emissions, we don't need to discover a new technology. We just need to have the right policies. And in terms of costs, it is either no cost or very, very negligible cost. So it's a big opportunity for Latin America and Caribbean countries, and as such for the world. And I very much hope that your meeting today will provide the input, a common input of the Latin American and Caribbean countries for the COP30, and to have a good, some good news for the COP30 in Brazil. So this is for Latin America. For the world, to understand the importance of the cutting the methane emissions, we wanted to put it in a context. And I remember during the announcement in Glasgow and the global methane pledge, I said, based on my colleagues' findings, that reaching our methane targets and reducing those emissions would be equal to immediately nullifying the emissions coming of the world's entire cars, buses, trucks, and others. So huge gain there. And at the same time, we also believe that the reducing the methane emissions can also help address the energy security challenges, because the natural gas that you are saving can be used to supply gas in the different markets of the world. So all in all, dear colleagues, we believe to address the methane emissions is a priority for the countries who produce oil, gas, and coal, and this can be done without technological breakthroughs, discovering new technologies, and at a very low cost. And as I mentioned, the Latin America and Caribbean countries can do it in big time, 80%, with no additional costs and with the right policies. The International Energy Agency is here to support the countries attending this meeting and beyond, to provide best practices, because we work with many countries and many companies around the world, to those countries who would like to work with us. And we are sure that this is one of the low-hanging fruits to address our common challenge of climate change. Thank you very much once again for convening this meeting, and I wish all of you best of luck. Thank you.
We would like to welcome our Executive Director, Andrés Rebolledo.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning. I would like to greet everybody. I'm just the last person in this opening session. I'm saying this for you not to be impatient. This has been a long opening session, but it has been interesting. There's been lots of information and perspectives on this relevant matter. The first thing that I want to say is thank you, everyone, particularly for the people of Peru. We know that this is a holiday for you guys, and we value and we interpret that your presence here today involves commitment from your side. This is something that you are interested about, and thank you for all of the people of Peru, the Vice Minister coming here on a holiday, because we know that in Latin America holidays are quite important for us. It's something of relevance. So I want to thank everybody here. We are doing articulation, we're coordinating, but we have a representation of the reflection of the work that we're doing as a group. The Global Metal Hub, we had an interesting speech from Marcelo talking about energy and methane. What's the percentage of these emissions? It's 40%. There's a huge battle mentioned there. And particularly, I like what you mentioned about the cows, the 2.0 cows. And we have the government of Peru that have been supporting us, the new international association that mentions that we are having a global view. I want to thank the companies in this second summit. We have their involvement, and this is a reflection that this is transcending. And that's the way it should be in this sector. Public policies and corporate decisions should come along with it. And at this moment, I would like to highlight that this is the second regional summit. That means that we have a continuation of conversation. Last year, we have this summit in Bogota, and this year in Lima, and next year, we're going to see where we're going to organize this summit. But we know that this is a priority topic in the agendas of our region. And within the thank yous that I'm giving, I would like to highlight and mention, because maybe some people don't know this, but we have some public officers coming from different countries. This was an initiative from Juan Pablo from Chile. He has coordinated this. And I believe that this is important because this is not a soccer match that is played only from the government. We need regulatory frameworks. We need legislation that would generate incentives in order to move forward. And this is something that involves all the policymakers and decision makers. So this is relevant to have all of them here. Somebody was saying that this year is a relevant year. We are celebrating 5 years from the methane plaque and 10 years from the Paris Agreement. Therefore, there's already an evaluation on how we're doing on such matters, and we're also performing the Latin American Summit in Brazil. So we have an opportunity as a region to show leadership, not only in the work that we're doing as a group from the energetic sector when it comes to renewable energy, but also on the decarbonization of this sector. In that sense, I would like to give you some idea with some numbers and some data on the dimensions that we're talking about. And I want to highlight the relevance of tackling such agendas in our regions. It is true that we were talking about 60% of renewable electric energy that we produce in our region, but this is only 20% of energetic demand, and then there's an 80% where we need to start thinking about. When you take the total offer of our energy supplies, what we can mention is that we are still working with oil, and 30% it's still natural gas. So we have lots of efforts in such matters, and our region represents 5% of natural gas production in all the world. And our gross product in a region is 5%, and we are 10% of oil production in all the world, so we have a role to play there. Oil and gas represents 30% of emissions coming from the energetic sector in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. And within that, methane has a main role with the effects that were mentioned. This is a sector that has relevant characteristics in our region, and mainly natural gas, each time more. And actually, over the last months, this is something that we have been going through in our day-to-day. We know that this gas has a competent or relevant role. The natural gas is going to accompany us through the transition decades. Natural gas represents 25% of all electric generation efforts. And if we have a shortage of energy supply, we have been seeing this in Latin America, and we have been seeing this in Europe, in Spain. So the agenda of energetic safety is something that we need to discuss. We need to start having remarks such as the nuclear aspect. And natural gas, since this is an energetic matter, this is the focus point to provide more sustainability for renewable systems. And due to the technological nature, we need a deployment of other solutions. And we are also working on the scenario of our region. But the first 6 months of the year 2025, natural gas has grown as a source of electrical generation with regards to 2024. So we could infer that there are already some consequences of the concept that I was just talking about, of having energetic safety. By the end of 2024, there were some days in which we had 6 countries of electrical shortage or power outages in Latin America due to different reasons, but this highlights the need of having energetic sources. And just to start finishing, because I promised to be short and one gets excited, but natural gas is an energetic source which is present in several countries, and the perspective says that nowadays 25% of electrical generation up to 2050, talking about an ambitious scenario, it's still going to be 15 or 14% when it comes to electric generation, and also will be a factor of economic development and energetic integration. In Latin America, there's lots of infrastructure related to integration, not only to the south with Argentina or Mercosur. We also have 70,000 kilometers. I'm not sure, maybe Gaston could highlight us or give us more idea on that regard. But some countries require energies and they don't have it, their neighbors have it. So that's why we could say that natural gas, it's a factor, a complement in this sector. 75% of natural gas used by our region is coming from our region. So that means that we could self-supply ourselves in that sense. There is a political economy which is relevant when it comes to the energetic sector in these countries. I come from the minister meeting of CELAC, and yesterday we were talking about natural gas. This is a factor of safety and transition, energy transition in the region. So this message, what requires is accompanying the commitment from our countries to decarbonize in this sector. And we believe that the observatory is crucial with all of the remarks and elements that were described here. And we are going to discuss what happened, particularly the last year. There's many interesting things that we have done, the prospects looking into the future, and we are going to start developing these transitions in Latin America. I say transition because this is different according to the region. So that's why we need to consider the effort of the observatory. Thank you for joining us. And this is the last message. But I wanted to remind you that we will wait for you from September 30 to October the 2nd in Chile. We are going to have a meeting of ministers. So if you would like to come from Peru or any country, we will welcome you. Thank you.
Gracias, Andrés, y a todas las autoridades por su...
Thank you, Andrés, and thank you for all the authorities and regarding the welcoming words, and we will have Iris Marleni, the Vice Minister. She's going to start discussing the methane mitigation outlook for the energy sector and all of their decisions regarding the commitment of climate commitment. Once again, good morning. Welcome to Peru. Presentations were interesting. So, regarding the last national inventory of greenhouse emissions, the gross emissions in Peru reached approximately 194 million tons of CO2 in equivalence. In comparison with net emissions of greenhouse emissions that took place of 40,000 approximately, Peru and our emissions represents only 0.48 of the global total, as seen in these slides that you're just looking right now. When it comes to the different sectors, we could say that the total emission of greenhouse emissions nationally for the sector that contributes the most were the use of land and the change of use of lands as well. We know that energy is 33.8%, but this is only related to transformation of energy and the use of energy as well. Therefore, when we're talking about different industry sectors, talking about the energy sector, we're estimating 62,019 kilotons of carbon dioxide and in equivalence. So the main contributors would be the transportation sector, followed by the energetic industries, manufacturing industries, among others. As you can see, 13.27 is generated from production of energy, oil, and gas, among others. Within the oil emissions,
No es la presentación. No, no. Le envié lo. Disculpe. Bueno, dentro de las emisiones.
all right, so within the oil emissions, production was estimated in 82,000 kilotons of carbon dioxide, and methane emissions were estimated in 73,000 approximately. And this was generated by fugitive emissions. I don't know if maybe you could get my slides. Thank you.
Sí, no es la presentación. Como señalé,
So stated oil gas emissions were estimated in 82,000 kilotons of carbon dioxide. On behalf of methane emissions, we have 73,089.60 kilotons of CO2 equivalent. The main gas generated were fugitive emissions with a participation of 89.8%. So that's why if you see in this presentation, you're going to see that the energetic sector had some decisions taken on these fugitive emissions. When it comes to Peru, we have an energetic policy at the long term up to 2040 because we have the vision of having an energetic system that would satisfy the energetic demand in a reliable manner and in a continuous manner. And it also promotes sustainable development. That means that the group of these dimensions, economical, social, and we include technological innovation, considering the objectives of long-term, of having matrix that will be diversified with the use of energy that our company has, as well as the efficient use of energy in production and demand. We believe that our objective is to support energetic supply that will be competitive. The sources that we need to have could need to compete with their fixed and variable cost. At the same time, we want that the energetic gaps will close and that we will have universal access of energy supply. We want to improve our rural electrification network in order to contribute to improving the quality of life of all Peruvians, and we want to contribute to the development, economical development of our country. Greater efficiency in the use supply chain is going to contribute to diversifying our energetic matrix. We want to be self-sufficient in producing our energetic sources. That's why we're promoting the increase of developing our own resources. One of those would be natural gas. We are still suffering the impacts of this activity. That's why the energetic sector has the objective of minimizing environmental impact and generate a low carbon emission. That's why we are updating our environmental standards and safety standards when it comes to energy. The main role that we are having is to develop the industry of natural gas. You're going to see in the upcoming slides that our natural gas was discovered in the 1980s, and there was lots of years involved to develop this project in year 2024. This matrix and our energetic contribution was diesel generator. It was not reliable. There were lots of shutdowns. I'm sure that you all remember the times that we had in Peru, but we continue following our policies. We know that we need to evaluate and see the convenience of having energetic interconnection and strengthening the institutions. Our country is rich, as said, and we still have some resources like oil. We have prospective resources of 33 million of gallons of oils, and this is located in the north jungle of our country. Loreto has 85% of such resources. We see that we have activity of oil in the coastal region and the ocean. There's lots of activity in the coast region in order to assess and improve our commercial provision of oil. Natural gas has prospective resources of 43 trillion cubic feet. Unlike oil in the North Jungle, we have this in the South Jungle in the regions of Cusco, Puno, Madre de Dios, and in the center we also have that in Ucayali.
nosotros estamos diseñando.
This is why we're designing a full strategy to be able to develop this gas. As you can see, most of our development for hydrocarbons is in the rainforest, which is why this has mandated us to have environmental legislation and practices for developing these activities which are compatible with ecosystems. The gas project Camisea has already shown how techniques and technologies can be designed which allow to mitigate the environmental effects, but especially to be able to work responsibly and under common agreement with the neighboring communities. We have hydro energy, 70 gigawatts of power, but current use is only 8.3%. Then we have solar with a potential of 937 gigawatts. Currently, only 0.08 is being used. And for wind, we also have 20 gigawatts with a current use of 5%, and geothermal at 3 gigawatts without any development yet. Though research is ongoing, you can see there's a diversity of resources, and already wind and solar are being expanded, especially in the south and the north of our country. If we see how the energy grid manifested and we look at the share of sources in our internal production of energy in the country, hydrocarbons represent 75%. However, you can see how natural gas represents 68%. Previously, if we would have seen this grid in the year 2003, all was oil and we had little production because we needed to import it. However, natural gas has now substituted the energy generation. It now represents 42%, and for the rest we have a water-based grid and also unconventional renewable grid. This is the shift occurring due to the development of gas in the south of the country. And as for consumption, one of the sectors that is most energy demanding, and the main one, is transportation. And the fuel employed for transporting both freight and passengers is diesel, which is a fuel that we are importing. For this reason, it affects our commercial balance. Hence, our measures are also geared at this sector, transportation. Then we have industry, and then the residential sector, and then fisheries. What is the ministry's vision on the mitigation of methane emissions in the energy sector, and what actions have we been pushing? Priorities occurred by having the use of natural gas and the penetration of LNG instead of liquid hydrocarbons and timber. So we deemed convenient that natural gas should have a accelerated penetration for the generation of power in order to have greater capacity for generation, to be able to make our system more reliable, and also to substitute diesel generation. In the case of the residential sector, always substitution of fuels that are harmful to homes have been promoted, especially due to carbon monoxide, such as animal droppings and timber. So measures have been pushed for the use of LNGs. Therefore, we have a program which is a direct subsidy for the most vulnerable populations, where they are subsidized at a cost to reduce the GLP tank that is 10 kilos. Therefore, we need to use an inventory of fugitive methane emissions for the development of strategies to cut back on them. The information is a very valuable source for decision making. Regarding the production and consumption of energy in our grid, liquid hydrocarbons represent 53% of consumption and timber 10%. Natural gas still represents 21%, but has major potential to supply consumption in other sectors such as transportation, residential, and industry, which precisely would contribute to reduce its operational cost at 20%. We point out that in the energy sector, especially regarding the production of oil and gas, fugitive emissions were those representing 80-something% of participation. In the term up to 2009, fugitive emissions were greater, as you can see, in the chart due to allowing natural gas venting. Starting 2011, prohibition of natural gas venting comes to effect for all hydrocarbon activities except for contingency cases. On the other hand, it's been verified that from the beginning of operations of Camisea gas, there is a direct relationship to the matter of the increase of greenhouse gas emissions. Supreme Decree 048, issued in 2009, which prohibited natural gas venting, had significant reductions of vented natural gas, as you can see on the chart we are showing. This decree from the year 2009 hindered venting for all hydrocarbon activities, imposing a sanction by Alcinar. This is a norm that was regulated in the law for promoting the natural gas industry. We have taken decisions which have cut back precisely on the generation of methane by fugitive emissions due to natural gas venting. Among other measures, which are not our own for the productive sector, we have discussed substitution of oil and natural gas in the transportation sector. I want to point out that in the transportation sector, there's already more than 500,000 vehicles converted to natural gas. Also, LPGs being employed, and also supply stations have been set up to cut back emissions for freight and passenger transport. On the other hand, also in the power sector, there's already production on mass electric-based transport. We already have an electric train that we did not have previously. This has also led to a substitution of mass transport with the use of diesel. Also, in the residential sector, there's already now more than 2.4 million homes which have natural gas nationwide. This has allowed to improve the quality of life of homes, especially by cutting back on the costs to their basket via the consumption of energy. We are always betting on the promotion of LPG in areas where network or the grid does not yet arrive to. As I said, there's a direct subsidy to vulnerable populations and common soup kitchens and social institutions so that this can happen. And in areas where there's generation of hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, these direct subsidies have a greater value in order to cut back on the cost of these fuels. I also pointed out that there has been substitution of natural gas regarding the use of diesel for power generation. We will continue promoting the use of natural gas with care and sustainable development that it merits. In sum, we must point out that in Peru has defined actions to adapt to climate change and to cut back greenhouse gas emissions. Peru considers that the use of natural gas and LPG, it should be considered to substitute other liquid fuels as a strategy to cut back greenhouse gas emissions. The prohibition of natural gas venting has led to cutting back significantly on fugitive emissions of methane by venting starting 2011. Since 2004, when the Camisea gas production begins, it is evident of an increase of fugitive methane emissions related to the start of production. The information contained in the fugitive emission inventory for greenhouse gases is useful for developing fugitive emission reduction strategies. I want to point out that it is a commitment from the Ministry of Energy and Mines to continue betting on the sustainable development of hydrocarbons and to promote the participation of natural gas in this transition process for power that we have entitled as fair, because we are betting on the energy resources that the country has, and especially on vulnerable populations. This development we are undertaking with the goal to have a country which has energy security and that can contribute to improving the quality of life of all Peruvians. Thank you very much.
agradecemos a todos.
We would like to thank all our authorities if they can come up to the stage so we can take a group picture. If you can come up to the floor for our official picture, then we will move on to our break and we will ask those who are in the last two rows if you have laptops, please remove them so we can add some chairs, and in some cases we'll have to remove the desks, so we would thank if you could please lift your laptops.
Bueno, si quieren volvemos. Si los ilusioné con...
Well, we can now come back. Apologies for declaring our coffee break. We are still missing a small stretch to go.
Los invitamos a sentarse nuevamente.
We invite you to take a seat again.
Vamos a iniciar el
We are going to begin the first session for this morning. This first panel will give us a perspective on mitigating methane leaks in the energy sector in Peru. For this, we invite to the stage Tiffany Bailey from the Peruvian Society of Hydrocarbons. Marielska Quispe Estrada from the Ministry of Environment, Peru. Elena Mendoza from the National Society of Mining, Oil, and Energy. Jose Meza from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Peru. And Oscar Vera from Petroperu. Thank you. The panel will be moderated by Gaston Silva, Director of the Methane Emissions Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the confusion and the coming back and forth. These things happen. So we will now begin our first panel. The idea of kicking off with this first panel on perspectives for methane mitigation in Peru was to be able to contextualize the whole effort that is undertaken regionally in the case of this host country. I am fortunate today to have a panel that is diverse, which groups something that is very important to us, and these are the many visions that we need to consider when it's necessary to tackle an issue as this one. We have professional associations, civil society, we have companies, the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Energy, presenting already. But I believe it was important to begin with this kind of vision to kick off the panels in this summit.
Déjenme introducirles a
First, allow me to present Tiffany. Tiffany is General Director of the Peruvian Hydrocarbon Society, SPH. As for her professional journey, she was the first chair for Women in Energy Peru. She's an associate of Women CEO, and also she was chair to the steering committee SPH and a member of other boards such as Walsh Peru. She was also manager of Safety and Environment and Social Affairs of Sika Innovation and chief of institutional relations at Tullow Oil Peru. She oversaw programs for smart technology acquisition for Industry 4.0 by ARPEL and certification CFA on ESG investments. She's a forest engineer from the Agrarian La Molina University with a specialization in applied finances by the University of the Pacific with a master's in social innovation and solidarity economy by the University Salamanca, Spain. I will continue introducing Marielska Quispe. She's the General Director for Climate Change and Desertification for the Ministry of the Environment, Peru. She has more than 15 years' experience in climate policy, environmental governance, indigenous rights, and climate action. She has led strategic initiatives at the Ministry of Environment, Peru, and for example, Info Carbono, Renami, and Carbon Footprint, and represents the country as a negotiator before the CMNU since 2016. And she has training as a biologist at the San Antonio Abad National University, Cusco, with a master's on ecotourism from the National Agrarian University, La Molina. I will carry on with Jose Meza from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, who serves as General Director for Energy Efficiency. He is Technical Secretary for the Sectorial Working or Task Force, and also in charge of leading and designing the National Energy Policy by 2050. He has experience in designing and coordinating diagnoses for the energy market nationwide and the current situation and perspective at the long term. With a doctorate on sciences, with a master's on energy efficiency and electric engineer. And lastly, we have Oscar Vera, who's a chemical engineer by the National Trujillo University with a master's on global business administration and energy from the Pontifical Catholic University, Peru, with more than 30 years experience in the oil industry, having served in management and leading positions and many dependencies of the company. Currently, he serves the position of General Manager for Petroperu. And lastly, apologies here, we have Elena Mendoza Saldivar, who's chair of the Social and Environmental Committee and also on security for the hydrocarbon sector at the National Society of Mining, Oil and Energy, and she's also chief of environment at Plus Petrol, who's operating the Camisea project with more than 20 years experience leading on environmental sustainability aspects in the hydrocarbon sector. She's a chemical engineer by the National Engineering University, Peru, with a master's on energy and environment by the Cal University. We have now finished with all introductions. I would like to present a round of questions with you, so I will sit down with you and we will kick off if you agree. Policy. Precisely during the mandate of the former minister, when I was at the ministry in 2023, we began efforts with consultancies, and at 2024, with the new minister, we built a new task force at the ministry to assess this proposal and update following the guide of national policies that this plan is under, which is led by our strategic planning office. We now have progress on our first deliverable, which is a diagnosis of the current situation and definition of the public problem. This has been hard work at the ministry. The problem we have identified, as has already been mentioned and become trending once again, is energy security, as Peru is a developing country, and energy is the pillar on which, the stone on which the economy rests. So without energy, the economy doesn't work, and this is the raison d'etre for the Ministry of Energy and Mines, which is providing support and ongoing supply, as well as reliable and efficient for power to all sectors in the national economy. This first deliverable will be socialized. We are about to begin a socialization process, and especially to obtain validation, which is what's important. As I mentioned, there have been already 3 administrations that have gone through updating this policy, and socialization is what will provide feasibility in time to it. As we are about to change government next year, what we would like is to leave this document for it to turn into more of a government policy. So yes, and as I mentioned, what's become evident and undeniable in the reality of the region is that hydrocarbons have and will continue having a significant presence for the following years, and by 2050, it is not foreseen to eliminate them. So the energy transition process is another undeniable reality that is occurring both in the region and worldwide, and its introduction will depend much on the international situation. Peru is an economy that is relatively small. It takes prices, it has never formulated them. So as government, we need to have that very careful vision to be able to tap on the environmental, social, and economical aspects as to not affect, especially, first, the acquisition power of families, that before an increase in energy, it will be affected and the basic family basket will be cut back. It should not affect competitiveness of the companies in the private sector, which is important, and to make strategic use of our resources, as has already been mentioned by the Deputy Minister, as natural gas has opened up a transition process for many years now, since 2004, when Peru began its energy transition process first with natural gas, and then in the following years, natural gas will be the support that will provide stability to the electrical grid, for example, to introduce renewables and unconventional power that is also coming in the last years. We are building normative equations also to allow the entry of this kind of technologies in power generation, and especially what was mentioned on the use, a strategic use of our resources without losing sight of the environmental matter, upholding all norms and standards at the highest level internationally. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jose. I believe that you were just mentioning matters on socialization and having this policy active. And yesterday we were discussing with Tiffany precisely about the importance to strengthen the design of public policies and to look into what is needed to improve precisely the measurement and transparency in the sector. So I wanted to ask you precisely, so you can tell us from the vision of SPH, what is it that is needed to improve measurement and transparency in the sector, and for that to be linked to the strengthening of public policies.
Yes, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for sharing this space with this panel and the proposals that we all have to improve emission control or methane emission. So everything that you're not measuring, you cannot control. We will not know about it. It will not be in hand. So we need to generate instruments or measuring instruments that could be reliable, that could enable us to know what's the impact that we have, control such impact, and on top of that, we need to design public policies. For Peru, we have numbers of methane emissions. 26% of such is coming from agricultural activities. When it comes to waste, 15% of methane emissions is coming from waste management. 7% comes from energy. That 7%, we could say that most of it is composed by the oil and gas industry. We are basing public policies and solutions on such numbers. But how real are those numbers? I'm not criticizing the way that we are measuring now, but what I'm saying is that the technology is improving a lot. We have lots of organizations that are focused on measuring and having a better measuring system. And if you have a better measuring system, you could know if you have a 7, 14, 20, 70% to control. On top of that, we need to apply public policies according to that, because public policies need to be designed in an integral manner. That means all of us needs to be involved in order to develop policies that could be in agreement with our national realities or context and generate a positive impact in methane emissions without impacting quality of life or energetic safety of our country. I think that would be my comment for now. Thank you. Perfect. I'm sure that another question is going to arise from this, but we should go little by little. Another key actor in such ecosystem is Petroperú. So taking advantage of Oscar Vera's presence, I wanted to know if maybe he could talk about the initiatives or what's happening from a company which is actually fundamental for the ecosystem and the energetic matters coming from Petroperú. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. Well, Our company is focused on several activities, oil and gas. In some areas, we're still working on production and refineries. Talking about the oiled fields, we have some production. There are some systems that are not modern enough. They are inherited system. We need to modernize them. And in these systems, we try to collect gas as much as we can, because all gas emission includes methane, logically. And what we do in these fields is we re-inject it. After this oil leaves the system, oil has gas and water, and this is divided within the system, and it is taken towards a collection point in order to be re-injected or to insert it into the gas current that is being commercialized. In the refineries, we have systems for vapor collection in the tank systems. We have safety valves as well, where we could see that there's gas emissions, and all of this is going to be collected to be burned in these furnaces as fuel gases. And we have the remaining gas, which is the flares. What we try to do is to comply with the gas emissions. There's standards that have been established, and in the Talara refinery, which is completely new, all of these systems are working much better than other refineries that we are currently operating. And we are trying to modernize these old ones. And this is something relevant to mention, because we know what methane has. And the other thing is the economical growth, because this is an energy source. Of course, we're going to want to optimize our costs and take advantage of all the energy as fuel gases in the furnaces and all the other devices that use such gas. The compression equipment or machinery has a particular design to minimize the possibility of leaks, because you know that leaks, little by little, are adding relevant numbers. And just hearing the numbers, we know that these numbers are meaningful, and we need to work together in order to comply with the standards and optimizing our systems in order to reduce such emissions as much as possible.
Muchísimas gracias, Oscar.
Thank you,
Creo que
Oscar.
todos coincidimos
And I
que
believe that we all agree
esta es una temática
on the fact that this is a
transversal.
transversal
Si bien
or cross-sectional
el tema
topic,
energético
and energetic
identificado dentro del ministerio,
matters
no se puede hablar de
could
políticas de
be
cambio climático
identified within the ministry, but we cannot talk about policies of public policies or transference of energy without doing this in articulation with the Ministry of the Environment. And this is a complex task, but quite relevant, because if we don't work in articulation with other entities, data transparency initiatives, measurements will be complex. So, Berioska, I want to hear your vision, because they will be like the counterpart of the same coin with regards to what your ministry is providing us information. Good morning. First of all, thank you for having me here. I am glad to be here in this panel where we have been sharing this work with friends and colleagues for many, many years. And from the Ministry of the Environment, our strive is to achieve our goals by 2050. We have established a national strategy in the face of climate change going into 2050 from last year. This is our long-term strategy. This is one arising after the Agreement of Paris. And within this strategy, we have a main role of energy in adaptation and mitigation. When it comes to adaptation, everything is related to energetic safety, and when it comes to mitigation, we need to reduce the emissions coming from the different sources. Among these sources, we have energy, of course. in this view of achieving carbon neutrality up to 2050, we're also wanting to participate with energetic sources, for example, as gas, as a transitional energy. We know that gas is going to continue playing a main role here. When it comes to transparency, I would like to agree with Tiffany on the fact that we need to improve our NRV system, monitoring, reporting, and verification systems. For this, many of us sitting here probably are working on these monitoring, reviewing, and verification systems, which are the MRVs. And we also have continuous improvement mechanisms of having a starting point and establishing improvements for the next cycles. So the way that we are measuring things now and having the data along with the information that we have now and the national circumstances of each country, we could say that definitely this could improve throughout time. In the meantime, we could also improve coordination, information that could come from companies. Each company needs to provide the Ministry of Energy of Mines with information in order to have an MRV's indicators that could collect with a higher precision such information. Of course, we know that this has improved comparing to last year. And for the new inventory coming from 2021, we already have some improvements. We could see, for example, there's fugitive emissions, which is something that we were not measuring before. We are measuring now, and we know that there's a value. We know the percentage that these have within the emissions. And between 2020 and 2021, there was a growth of 0.88%. For many people, this could seem minor, right? Because this is less than 1%. But like Tiffany is saying, it's important to measure in order to manage, because if you don't measure, you cannot manage it. And our bet is to continue improving our information systems. We have a consolidated system from 2016, which is Infocarbono. This is an institutional tool in which different entities, including ministries, they provide information to the Ministry of Environment in order to compile all information coming from the different entities going into quality. And this is where we have the record of emitted gases. And the Ministry of Energy and Mines, basically, it's in charge of establishing all of these sources. And definitely, we believe that we need to improve our cooperation with private entities, strengthening cooperation with the companies of oil and gas through the elaboration of such reports, in which we could have detailed information on the technology that they're using at the moment. What are the operational practices that they are having, and data that is going to be measured on the field. All of that is going to be key to improve transparency and improve registry and verification of such emissions. Thank you.
Dos palabras que vamos a
Yes,
ir
I believe that
utilizando
there's
a lo largo
two
de
words that we're going to hear
los
throughout
lados
this
del
summit,
panel.
which would
Yo
be
voy a
data
mencionar
and
parte de la
transparency. I believe that this
conversación.
would
Los
guide
primeros son
lots of the
los pilares
debate,
que van a
because this would be
permitir
the
llevar a la
pillar
realidad.
that would enable you to have this into
Teniendo
a
este
final
escopo
legislation
y aprovechando que tenemos a alguien
or
que
law.
ocupa un cargo
So,
presidente de un comité
taking
ambiental,
advantage
social
of
y
having
seguridad,
somebody in
tiene palabra
a
autorizada para
position
ese tema
as a
y que trabaja
committee
en temas de
and
sostenibilidad
working in
hace tantos años.
sustainability for many, many
Me gustaría
years.
preguntarle
I
a
would
Elena
like to
cuáles son
know
los
from you,
trabajos que tiene
Elena,
actualmente
what's the
la sociedad
progress that you have
respecto
seen
de la
coming
aprobación de
from
las
the National
iniciativas
Society of
investigación
Mining
que
and Oil and
tiene el
Energy
sector
with
de
regards
hidrocarburos aquí en Perú.
to the perspective of the hydrocarbon sector here in Peru? Well, good morning. From the National Society of Mining, Petroleum and Energy, I would like to thank you And I would like to tell you that this society, it's a business association with more than 30 years in the country, and it gathers 150 companies. Of those, 27 come from the hydrocarbon sector.
También la sociedad ha
This
incorporado
society
un
has
código de
incorporated
conducta,
in their code of conduct
un principio
a
de obligatoriedad
principle
para
of
todos sus empleados que deben reconocer
mandatorily
la
acknowledgement
importancia
on
del sistema
the relevance of
y el
climate
aporte
crisis
que debe
and the
tener cada
contribution
uno de los
that
empleados
each of
para
the
trabajar
members of the
con
society
beneficio a la
should
mitigación y
have
adaptación.
when related to mitigation and
En este
adaptation.
2022, desde la
On
sociedad,
2022, coming from the society, we
una
have
oportunidad
identified
de
an
conocer qué
opportunity
están haciendo
to
las empresas
learn
tanto
about what's
dentro
happening
de
with the
la agenda
hydrocarbon
climática,
companies
¿no? Cómo están
when it
alineados
comes to the
a
climate
la
agenda.
agenda
How are
climática
they
nacional
aligned to the
u
national climate
otros,
agenda
otras obligaciones
or
o
many other
reglamentos que
obligations or
varias las empresas,
standards? Many
las
of the
empresas que están
companies
aquí
are in
en
Peru,
en
but
otras
these
sedes, ¿no?
companies
En otras
are
ciudades.
also working in
Se empezó por evaluar
internationally. So we
cuántos
started
miden su huella de
evaluating how
carbono
many
y
of
cómo,
these
con
companies
qué
measure
estándares,
their
¿no?
carbon
Como
footprint and
el
which standards do they
como
use.
el IPCC u otro
They
estándar
use the
mundial.
IPCC
Los
or the
resultados fueron
ISO,
interesantes.
and the
El
results were
80%
interesting because more than
su huella de
80%
carbono
had a
a
record
diversos
of
niveles,
carbon
¿no?
footprint with
Alcanzó
different levels. They
el-
have a
la
scope 1,
mayoría
2, or
llegaba a
3,
las más
but most
altas.
of them were reaching
Y
this
luego
scope 2.
se identificaron también
We
qué
also
medidas de
identified
mitigación
what
fueron
actions,
las
what
que se
mitigation
trajeron
actions
de
were
mitigación
there, how
a
many,
la
and
acción.
what
Aquí tengo
type
algunos
were
números.
implemented. And here
Se
I
identificaron
can show you some numbers.
40 acciones
We
de mitigación
identified 40
y no
mitigation
solamente estaban
actions
relacionadas a los
that
procesos
were not only
propios del
related
sector oil and
to
gas, sino que también se
the oil
desarrollaban
and
como
gas
parte de sus
processes,
políticas de
but these were
sostenibilidad
also
en áreas
processes
de
within the
influencia u
sustainability
otros ámbitos.
policies in their influence
Así,
areas
las
or
acciones
other.
contribuían a los sectores
So
de
in this
energía,
sense,
al uso de tierra,
the actions were
uso de suelos
contributed to the
y
energy
cultura,
sector,
los desechos y
change and use of
procesos
land,
industriales. Esto
residues, and
alineándonos
industrial
un poquito
processes.
a cómo estamos
Of
contribuyendo a
course,
la política
these
nacional
responded
de
on
medio
how
ambiente.
they were
Algo
aligned with the
interesante
national
también que se
policy.
encontró
And something that we find, and this is something
acciones
interesting,
de
was that there
adaptación
were
por las
13 adaptation
características del
actions
país en el Perú,
due to
en el
their own
cual, como
features.
decía, es
Here in
importante de
Peru,
bosques,
we have
de
lots
áreas
of forests,
protegidas,
we have lots of protected
y
areas,
una problemática de
and we
deforestación.
have a problem of
Estos
deforestation.
temas también son manejados,
All
gestionados
of
como
these
parte
aspects are
de la
managed as
sostenibilidad
part
por
of
parte del sector de
the
hidrocarburos.
sustainability coming from the hydrocarbon industry.
Otro aspecto para la sociedad muy
Something that
importante
was
es
important for
la
this national
presencia del gas
society
natural.
was presence of natural gas.
Hace 20 años, el
20 years
2024,
ago,
se cumplieron 20 años
we could
del
say that
ingreso del gas
in
natural en el
2024,
Perú.
we
La cifra
had
ministra
complied with 20
quedamos
years of
20 años para que
entering
comase
natural
la
gas in
cifra
Peru.
realidad. Hoy
And like the
estamos
ministry
ya en
says,
curso.
we were waiting
Y
for
hemos hablado
this to
mucho
come
de
a
los
reality, and now we
beneficios
have 20 years of
de
using
la
this. We have been talking
balanza
about the
energética,
benefits of
de
the
las
energetic
regalías,
scale,
de la
the
seguridad
profit,
energética, la
energetic
accesibilidad
safety,
y otros.
accessibility, among
Pero un
others.
aspecto que no
But
habíamos medido
something that we were not
en este
measuring,
diálogo con el Ministerio del
and actually
Ambiente,
this arose as a
nos
dialogue with the
interesaba
Ministry of the
conocer
Environment,
cuál era
was
el
that
aporte
we needed to know
del gas natural
what
al
was
país. ¿Qué hubiera
the
sucedido
contribution of natural
si el
gas
gas
to the
no
country.
entraba como
What would have
política
happened
y
is
no se
if the
hacía
gas
realidad?
wouldn't be a
¿Y
policy
cuál va a
or a
seguir siendo el
reality for
aporte
us?
al año 2030,
And we wanted to know
alineado
also what's
a
going to
las
be the contribution
contribuciones
up to
nacionales
2030
determinadas?
aligned to the national
Los
determined
resultados fueron
contributions,
interesantes
the
desde dos
NDCs, and
puntos
the
de vista.
results were interesting from 2 points of
Las
view.
reducciones de gases de efecto
First of all,
invernadero,
when
en
it
el
comes
cual
to
estuvo
reducing the
implicado
greenhouse emissions,
el metano, y
with an
hemos
involvement of methane,
encontrado
we
que al
found
2030
that up to 2030,
se han generado 21% de
there will
emisiones
be
menos
a
a un escenario
generation
sin
of
gas natural.
20% less in a comparison
Este
versus a
valor
scenario without natural
representa el
gas. And
8%
these
de la
values
mejora neta
represents
al 2030
8% of
del
the
país, ¿no? Del valor
goal
neta de las
value
contribuciones nacionalmente
going into
determinadas.
2030 of the
Desde
NDCs.
el punto de
So
vista de salud
From the health point of
el
view,
ingreso de gas natural ha sido
the
importante.
use of natural gas has been
Además
relevant.
de los gases de efecto
In addition
invernadero,
to the
sabemos
greenhouse
que los
emission,
combustibles que ha
let's
sustituido el gas
remember
natural,
that the
como
fuel that
la
natural
leña, el
gas has
carbón,
replaced,
el
such
diésel,
as
bunker u otros,
coal,
eh,
diesel, bunker, among
han
others, we
reducido
know
las emisiones
that
de gases
it
tóxicos
has
como
contributed to
óxido de
reduce the
nitrógeno,
toxic gas
dióxido de
emissions
azufre y
like
materiales
nitrogen
finados.
oxygen or sulfur
Se ha calculado
dioxide,
que se
among
ha
others.
evitado
We
3.000
know that we
muertes
have
prematuras
avoided
por la
30
contaminación
premature deaths due
de estos
to
compuestos, un
pollution of
ahorro de
such
6.100 millones de soles al
compounds,
país
and we have
por
established
gastos
100
hospitalarios
million
y
soles in savings
productividad
on hospital
por enfermedades de
expenses,
este tipo,
and
y se
we
ha
have increased
evitado más de
productivity,
1.200.000
avoiding
casos
such
de asma.
diseases, and we have avoided 1,200 asthma cases as a
Entonces,
result of the
la
emission of such
importancia
gases. So
del gas
the
natural en el
importance of
país, que
natural
hoy
gas in the
representa el
country
90% del gas
represents
natural que tiene Perú, proviene de Camisea. El 70%
90%
del
coming from
GLP
Camisea, and
que hoy
GLP,
abastece el sistema de transporte y en el cual
liquefied
también
gas,
aprovecha
that
una oportunidad de penetración del gas natural,
provides
es el
gas for
70%.
the
Así que en el
vehicles is
sistema eléctrico, el
70%. In the
40%,
electrical
el
system
60%
or
es
grid,
renovable convencional
we could
y
say
seguimos
that the
empezando
other
a
60%
renovar
is
la energía.
renewable, conventional
Entonces,
renewable, and
hay
we are
muchos
still having an
aportes
entrance
de
of
aquí a futuro en
non-conventional
la
and
lucha
renewable.
contra los
So
gases
there is
invernadero,
a
el sector de
prospect
hidrocarburos en su
of
conjunto
the
y en
hydrocarbon
particular
sector
hidrocarburos.
and natural gas,
Muchísimas
as you can
gracias,
see.
Elena.
Thank you,
Creo que ahí
Elena.
resumiste un
I
poco
believe that you
también la
have summed up
importancia
a bit of the
del gas
importance
como
of
ingreso
gas as a
energético y
transition
también
fuel,
a
and you
nivel
have gave it a different
económico,
look coming from economical benefits, health benefits,
y en cada uno
environmental
de
benefit as
estos
well, and in
pilares,
each
la
of
verdad
those
está
pillars,
calculada a niveles
the
y es evidente.
benefits have been calculated
Así
and
que
measured,
para
and
hacer la
it's something
segunda
that we can
ronda,
see.
arrancar contigo,
To start
Oscar.
with the second round, I would
Primero,
like to start with you, Oscar,
con esos panoramas que nos fueron
and start
compartiendo
discussing
los colegas
the
sobre
scenarios that we had discussed with our colleagues
dualidad del
related to the
trabajo MINAM
duality
con
of
lo que son las
MINEM and
iniciativas que
MINAM
están
related
realizando
to the initiatives
otras sociedades,
coming
otras
from
empresas.
different companies or societies.
¿Cómo ves
So
tú a
what's your
Petroperú
view
respecto a
of
los
Petroperu
desafíos, los
with
próximos
regards
pasos
to
y
the
cómo va a
challenges, the
evolucionar
next
esta
steps? How do
temática y
you
cómo vas
believe
a
that
liderar esta
this is
transición
going to evolve? How are
de
you going to
Petroperú?
lead such transition from Petroperu?
Nosotros sabemos en el momento
We know
muy importante en el que estamos
that we are living a crucial moment
en este plan de transición energética.
in order to achieve the energetic transition, in order to substitute the renewable energies. We know that this period is not going to be short. We have a long way ahead in order to have economic values for such type of energy. In our countries, we have a diversity of climates, regions, and our country is quite large. We believe that for many years we're going to still need fossil fuels. In some distant areas, it's going to be quite complicated to adequate to this substitution of energies, which is something that we all want. And along that way, what we're doing, in Talara, we built a new refinery in order to reduce environmental pollution. We wanted to have a less content of sulfur, and we wanted to adapt to the type of oil produced in our country. There's still some exploitation to be done, and we're going to have to work along that line. We have actually the arrival of important companies that are going to support us in that line. We have a lot of oil companies that want to be involved. And along that line, what we need to do is to try that all activities comply with the standards as established. We need to implement procedures to modernize and reduce the type of emissions that are influencing the global warming. and this is the business of everybody here in this sector. What I could mention is that we have started in Talara. All of these emissions are controlled, are measured, and I believe that it's helping our operations as well. We still need to work with other refineries and other fields of participation. In there, we need to promote automatization and collecting such emissions, because we know that for us, this would constitute a source for economy, because we could take advantage of the gas and it could contribute to taking a proper use of the energy sources. Our objective or our obligation is from all of us, but we need to respect the standards as they are established. We need to include what all the regulator entities are establishing. And I believe that in Peru, nobody would do something without considering the environmental standards. And we need to comply with that. That's our consideration. Thank you, Oscar. Stephanie, I believe that these summits or these type of events look for a cooperation between the public entities and the private entities as well. These spaces help us to have exchanges moving forward in an organized way. So where do you think that we should have incentives such as a role in order to progress in the best way possible? Well, it is not easy to regulate something which is constantly evolving. In this day and a half of this summit, we're going to discuss how we're going to see technology evolving, new ways of measuring, new ways of storing, avoiding emissions that we have as well. We had an event by the end of last year, and we discussed the methane in the Peruvian industry. And one of the challenges was that, actually. How are we going to transform something into policies? How could you transform something that constantly changes? And one of the conclusions from this forum was that we needed to focus more on incentives more than a punishing systems, because if you have an incentive, it would generate a setting in which you can collaborate, you can innovate. There would be less reluctancy to change, and in this day and a half of this summit, we could demonstrate that we believe firmly about the methane emissions and that we need to control it. We are basically a quick win with regards to greenhouse emissions. But right now, oil and gas is a quick win, and this is something that we need to take to heart. But in order to do that, we need policies that encourage going into such evolutions when it comes to the technologies. And I'm sure that Mario is going to say the same thing that he said in October last year. And I'm sure that this information is going to be evolved for the better. So regulating something from 6 months ago is not going to work today. We believe that it's important to be on the lookout to the changes that we could have. We need to have a system that encourages collaboration, incentivizing innovation as well, and constant change. And I believe that with that, we're going to be able to achieve our objectives.
Totalmente de acuerdo, creo que
Thank you.
Perú como uno de los dos países importadores
Peru, as one of
natural
the
sería
exporters of
más
natural
beneficiado de la
gas
región, tiene como
in the region, has this double incentive, you would say. Marcelo was mentioning that we should have standards to have a gas with less emissions. We were discussing the economical benefit and technology and investment does not only comes from the punishing system, but also incentives. And just to close, Elena, I think that Jose and Berioska could give us the view from the public sector. But before going to them, uh, maybe you have the possibility of involving several actors in the society. So, what topics would you like to share
para dejar un mensaje a la
in order
audiencia
to give
para
a
que
message to the
para que
audience
todos recojamos?
that you would believe that it is important for us to have?
Primero,
Well,
comentarte desde
I would
la
like to mention
sociedad
that from the
hay un
National
incentivo
Society, there's permanent
a
incentives
quienes forman parte
for
para incorporar
everybody involved
estas buenas
in order to
prácticas
incorporate
y
the good practices
revertirlo, ¿no?
and
Y
to
en ese sentido,
replicate
en
those.
Perú hemos encontrado
In Peru,
empresas
we have
clave del
found
mecanismo de desarrollo limpio,
companies
protocolo de Kioto,
that with
que
the Kyoto
estaban
Protocol
dispuestas
and
a dar una
clean development mechanisms, they have had a validation of the projects and they have commercialized
Hoy día también identificamos empresas
carbon
que
bonds.
están
So we have identified
base
companies that are working
2.0
based on the OGMP
y eso lleva un
2.0, and
desafío
this
de
establishes a
asegurar la
challenge
medición de
of
metano
securing
adecuada. Y lo más
suitable
importante
methane
es que ya se están haciendo
measurements.
inversiones
The most important thing is to measure that
de
methane is taking
método
place
LIDAR.
through the LIDAR method.
En Perú todavía no
And in
hay
Peru,
normas
we don't have
específicas
specific
normas
standards
sobre
related to this.
la
There's related
completa
topics to venting restrictions, but this is still
y hay
new.
que avanzar
We need
de
to move
manera
forward
segura,
in a
adaptando condiciones
safe,
del país.
with a safe pace and adapted to the
Decía,
conditions of the
sin
country.
perder
And like I
competitividad
mentioned, we cannot lose
y de
competitivity,
manera justa, sin que
and we need
el
to work
impacto
in a
llegue al
fair
consumidor. En ese
method
sentido,
without
creo
reaching an
que,
impact for the
creo
consumer.
que es un
In
llamado a
that
todos
sense, I
los que
believe that
formamos parte de este
I would like
ecosistema,
to include
asegurarse
everybody here
intervenir en
to
esa
make sure and
definición de
intervene
políticas
in the
públicas
definition of public
adecuadas,
policies
bien
that
estudiadas
could be suitable, properly
y, bueno,
analyzed,
asegurar luego su aplicación, su
and
implementación.
making sure that this
Hay
will be
muchas
implemented in the end. So I would
oportunidades
say
en
that
este
there's
sentido,
lots of
pero
opportunities
esto siempre
along that
depende de
line, but of
nosotros.
course everything needs to be imbalanced.
Elena.
Thank you so much, Elena. Jose, with you I begin. I will now wrap up with you. So before handing you the floor, Berioska, today, later, we will have panels on transparency, regulation. Tomorrow I'll be discussing funding biomethane. So we have a broad agenda. Any reflection from the vision of MINAM, the ministry, with everything that you have been carrying out, that you already told about, and from what you have heard from the panelists on the importance of incentives and measurement and controlling, any message that you would like to leave with the audience? There are many messages, but if I have to pick one, I would begin by mentioning that it is important funding, climate funding, for instance, is composed by many tools, and among these tools, we do need to catalyze the participation of the private sector in order to catalyze national investments. Only public investment will not achieve cutting back on greenhouse gas emissions or to adapt to climate change. Neither will the participation of cooperation that currently is now retreating. We are all witness to the cutting back of the participation stemming from international cooperation. So for this, we need to continue thinking about better ways to participate for the private sector. From the Ministry of Environment, we have 3 tools that help us, or well, 2 already made, 1 in progress, that help us to catalyze participation from the private sector. The first is Carbon Footprint Peru that operates since 2019. We have 2,500 institutions participating in Carbon Footprint Peru at any of its 4 levels. Hydrocarbon sector is among those participating in Carbon Footprint Peru. which measures emissions, checks emissions, manages emissions, and the last level is neutralization plus, but it refers to manage sustainably, neutralize emissions, or disseminate in the supply chain or among investors on the need to measure carbon footprint Peru, and we will continue working and strengthening carbon footprint Peru. We hope in the future to have by participating groups, because we began with a carbon footprint that is generic to all sectors and industries. The second tool that began operating last year, actually it came into force this year, and this is the National Record of Mitigation Measures. Via this National Record on Mitigation Measures, we are seeking to catalyze participation from the private sector, be it in carbon markets, voluntarily, or mandatory carbon markets. Simultaneously, that there is a single transparent space where all mitigation measures are held, including national measures that make part of the contribution, because only in this manner will we be able to ensure that there's environmental integrity and that we are not cutting mitigation results twice. So within the National Record of Mitigation Measures, we have already approved, for instance, methodologies that are linked to rice harvesting, that also relates to or links to methane emissions, and the use of energy coming from enteric fermentation. So we'll continue working on reviewing more methodologies that may be useful to continue catalyzing the participation of the private sector within the National Record of Mitigation Measures, and that can help to attain this climate ambition that we're going after. And the third element that is still in its pilot phase is adaptation, or sorry, adaptación, which is the tool that will allow to measure the climate risk that investments are exposed to. Be it any investment can be exposed to risks stemming from climate change. So this is a tool that merges the whole geospatial aspect with climate change scenarios by 2030 and 2050 to the possible adaptation strategies that may be implemented from the private sector, with a scorecard of sorts that where the adaptation strategy is selected that could be developed, and it gives them like a table on what would be the most effective strategy. It will also include an acknowledgement system such as Carbon Footprint Peru. We are still to define whether these will be water drops or mountains, so that they don't all feel like they don't feel remote from the fact that we can all be part of adaptación. And my last message is that we're already working on building our Index 3.0 that we'll be presenting this year before COP Brazil. And under this NDC 3.0, that of course is in line to the global stock trade on reducing methane emissions, that it has a significant role. Of course, now it is more focused on the waste sector, but if there's any input that can come from this room, it is welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Berioska. Jose, you're between us and the break. I don't want to pressure you, but you have an audience that is very anxious for coffee. If you would like to leave us some words for closing, no pressure. So one final reflection, perhaps a mea culpa as a sector, is that the energy sector in Peru has no energy plan. The energy plan is the one which articulates the policy, and it's not that there has been no capability nor attempts to do so, and thanks to Cooperación we have proposals for plans drafted from the year, well, I've been participating since 2011, precisely when there was research of NUMES, which was a plan articulating the policy 2010-2040. Unfortunately, due to change in government, it was set as a guideline and it remained so. Then in 2014, it remained as a working plan, an energy plan 2014-2030. Then in the year 2017, there was also cooperation. Thanks to a Canadian planning system was introduced, and a national plan and regional plans were drafted, but which also remain as a bet. The bet that we currently have, and especially the office that I'm now in charge of, is leaving a plan implemented which articulates this new update of policies, because the plan is the one that will define where the sector will go to, and is much linked to national contributions that we can redefine or improve in the energy sector. I also had the wonderful ability to participate in the latest proposal for national contributions in the energy sector in the year 2011. It started also thanks to Cooperación, planning to climate change. It was the first time that these mitigation plans were structured. Back then, we were somewhat or pretty optimistic in the ambition, well, more like blaming ourselves. We should have focused more on the enabling conditions. That's because, as Berioska mentioned, perhaps sometimes efforts from government don't go at the pace that we would like them to. They need to be articulated to many ministries. So now, including private initiatives in the carbon market is a wonderful occasion to be able to streamline compliance to NDCs that we are proposing. This also is important. What I mentioned, the plan being articulated with planning, given that we need to analyze the energy grid as a whole, and some action that we take in one sector will have repercussions in a different one, so we need to have that global vision, and that we hope to have this policy ready for it to come into force with its plan that articulates it. That is the final reflection. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jose. Thank you so much to Tiffany, Berioska, Elena, Oscar. It's been a pleasure, and now we can indeed go out to our break.
No fue falsa alarma esta vez. Nos encontramos en 30.
This is not a false alarm. Let's come back in 30 minutes as to not delay our agenda too much. At 11:25, please.
Buenas. Vamos a ir regresando. Invitamos a los parlamentarios a subirse al escenario para una foto.
Marcelo, venga, compañero parlamentario. Usted que tiene... Ah, no te gusta. Usted que tiene alma parlamentaria. Ha coqueteado siempre con este mundo parlamentario. Sí. Lo necesitamos cerca. La bancada del Mecano latinoamericano.
Sí, y tuvimos en tu... Vean, toda mi intención, siempre he sabido que pero bueno, ojalá ahí a la ley de
Bueno, ahora vamos a darle la bienvenida
Now we welcome we're back, and for those following us via the YouTube channel, we are now resuming activities. We welcome Diogo Santos Baleiro from the Ministry of Mines and Energy Brazil, who will give us the vision from the Ministry of Energy and Mines from his country regarding the roadway for fair energy transition that is also inclusive, pertaining to COP30 for climate change, to be held this year in the region. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I promise I won't want to offend your ears with my Portuñol, so I will now speak in English, switching language.
In a historic moment for our region. The holding of COP30 in Latin America, it's much more than a symbolic milestone. It's a unique opportunity to show that the world, that our region can lead by example, combining economic development, social inclusion, and climate responsibility. Brazil's come here with a clear and straight message. We fully support the climate change agenda, and we are committed to emissions mitigation, and we defend a just transition that respects socioeconomic realities and leaves no one behind. At the same time, we keep working on the G20 topics with the same constructive spirit. Methane reduction, decarbonization of the energy sector, and global energy security. Brazil is committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement and to reaching climate neutrality by 2050. Our updated national determined contribution, approved in 2024, sets an ambitious target. We aim to cut the net greenhouse emissions by around 60% by 2035 compared to 2005 levels. Here we bring some numbers that show we already start from a different position. In 2023, 49% of Brazil's energy mix came from renewable sources, and 89% of electricity produced in country was clean. The energy sector represents only 8% of national emissions in 2022, while the land use change, and forestry accounts for 48%, and agriculture 27%. Methane from the energy sector equals only 3% of all Brazil's total emissions, compared to 73% from agriculture. The oil and gas exploration and production sectors accounts for less than 1% of the national methane emissions, mostly fugitive, and is one of the most controlled in the world. In the global energy sector, Brazil contributes around 1% of the greenhouse emissions in 2022. These numbers show that Brazil is already contributing in a concrete way to mitigate climate change. And we need to be realistic. Even the most ambitious scenarios from the International Energy Agency, fossil fuels will continue to play an important role until 2050. In Brazil, the strategy is clear. It's not about abandoning production, but about decarbonizing it and making it more efficient. And now here I share some important data. Almost 98% of Brazilian oil and about 88% of natural gas are produced offshore, an environment where methane control is strict and high technological. The average greenhouse intensity of Brazil exploration production is about 40 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil, while the global average is around 20. New offshore projects are already aimed to emission below 9 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil, using best practice and advanced technologies. Here I bring strong numbers from our country that shows that our oil gas sectors play a key role in a just energy transition. It guarantees energy supply, energy security, and stable supply. It represents almost 10% of Brazil's industrial gross domestic product and creates jobs and income. It funds more than half of all energy research and development in Brazil, including projects in hydrogen, bioenergy, and carbon capture and storage. And it's and it is expected to generate around 2.9 trillion reais in royalties and government revenue by 2055, money that will help finance the energy transition. Brazil has taken an important step with resolution number 8 of 2024 that was approved by our National Energy Policy Council. That's the main government body that defines the country's strategic energy policy. The resolution established clear guidelines to cut greenhouse gas emissions in oil gas sector, in exploration and production. The main action already underway include the elimination of routine flare by 2030 to the zero routine flare initiative, the reduction of methane emissions fully aligned with the global methane pledge, greater transparency in emission indicator in exploration and production project led by ANP and PPSA and PR regulatory agents, support for new technology and the share of use infrastructure to reduce emission even further, and prioritizing project with higher carbon efficiency. The Exploration Production Decarbonization Scenario Report, released in March this year by EPA, our Brazil's official energy research company, shows that in the short-term scenarios, technology already available, such as the replacement of pneumatic device and gas reinjections, can cut emissions by about 5% by 2037, which is a positive positive financial return. In the medium-term scenarios, EPA indicates that combined cycle turbines, gas monetization, and CCUS can increase this reduction to around 15%. And in the long-term scenario, full electrification could reach a 20% reduction, but it will require a high investment and depends on technological advances. And just to share, today I have an update from our coordinator of environment for our regulatory agents, Daniela Godoy, that's here. That's the methane agenda, about methane agenda, that a new methane resolution is expected by the end of the next year, and a preliminary study will be released soon for public comments. ANP has an ongoing partnership with the World Bank and is discussing possible partnership with the Clear Air Task Force. In February, ANP held a methane event with the global expert, including the IEA, and participates in the MNRV group discussion. The focus is currently on exploration production, according to CNPE Resolution 8 that I had mentioned before. But ANP is also assessing the possibility of including other segments of the oil and gas chain. And about climate governance there in our country, Brazil has adopted a participative and transparent climate governance, making the climate agenda cross-cutting and integrated into public policies. The Interministerial Committee on Climate Change, or CIM, brings together 22 government institutions and allied policy on climate actions and a just transition. The new Brazilian climate plan, now under development, includes states, cities, and productive sector, and the civil society too. The Ministry of Mines and Energy is responsible for the adaptation and mitigation plans in the energy sector, integrating energy security and sustainability. This governance straight international cooperation positions Brazil as a reliable partner and a regional leader in sustainable energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, Brazil reaffirms its full support for this agenda and defends regional integration in renewable energies, bioenergy, and hydrogen, fair climate finance and technology transfer, solutions based on science, innovation, and respect for socioeconomic realities, ensuring a just and inclusive transition. Up to this point, we can clearly see that Brazil is living proof that it's possible to produce energy, ensure energy security, and reduce emission in a constant way. Our message is clear. Brazil is part of the solution for the global climate agenda. We are committed to emission mitigation, to a just and inclusive transition, and to continue the G20 topics, especially methane reduction and the decarbonization of the energy sector. COP30 in Latin America will be a milestone to show that our region can lead by example with climate responsibility, social justice, and sustainable economic development. This is how Brazil sees the future, growing, creating jobs, and preserving our biomes, all at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yogo. Now we would like to invite Thomas de Oliveira Dario. He's from the International Environmental Energy. He's going to introduce the global methane tracker results for the regional and global context. Thank you. I will speak in English. Therefore, the people that would require a Spanish translation, you can use.
Saying that I am really happy to see such a full room here today. I started my professional career in IBAMA in Brazil, the main environmental agency there. I then, about 5 years ago, changed to the International Energy Agency to work on methane emissions. And at the time, I think if you gathered all the people working on methane around the world, we would still have space in this room. So now we see here in Latin America such a full room. And similarly, I have been in methane events in Europe. I've had colleagues traveling to the United States. We've presented at events in Central Asia, Southeast Asia. We're planning an event in Africa. And time and again, we're seeing full rooms. So this really gives me hope that we're seeing a change, because methane emissions, they often don't get the attention they deserve. But this is changing, and this is very positive. And the International Energy Agency has been bringing attention to this topic for several years. We're in the 6th iteration of our annual report, the Global Methane Tracker, that brings light to this theme, and it draws on our Global Methane Tracker database, which is where we look at all of the different sources of data, especially measurement-based data, to give an overview of the state of play of methane emissions and the outlook for them in different scenarios and according to the different policies that are in place around the world. And what we see from this data today is that the record production of oil, gas, and coal, combined with limited mitigation efforts, have led these methane emissions to stay at record high levels, above 120 million tons of methane per year. And some people will come and ask, well, how sure are you about this? Aren't there a lot of uncertainties related to these estimates? And certainly there's some level of uncertainty, but these estimates at the global level, they are well constrained, because we know what is the concentration of methane in the atmosphere, what are the characteristics of this methane. And atmospheric methane concentrations are rising more quickly than that of any other major greenhouse gas, and at a rate that is faster than in any period since record keeping began. So this is very concerning news, and we need to be worried about this. And there are many sources of methane emissions. Certainly agriculture and waste are areas that we need to work on, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the biggest potential for reductions lies in the energy sector, and specifically within fossil fuel supply. We know that it is possible to produce oil gas with very little, near zero methane emissions. And this year we estimated that about 5% of global oil and gas production already meets a near zero emission standard. And there are many good reasons to work on raising this share. Because tackling methane emissions brings a double dividend. On one side, we are tackling the issue of climate change, and on the other, we are increasing energy security. So if we look at the first side of this equation, strong action to reduce methane emissions under current trends of fossil fuel demand would deliver a reduction of about 0.1 degrees Celsius by 2050. Now, this might sound not much to some of you, but it's really huge in climate terms. It is the equivalent to eliminating all the emissions from the world's heavy industry today in a single stroke. This is really major. And on the other side, in terms of energy security, if we convert that 120 million tons of methane that I just talked about to natural gas, we get to about 200 billion cubic meters of natural gas. That's a lot of natural gas. Now, not all of this could be brought to market. Some of it we don't know how to capture yet. Some of it needs to be destroyed because it's in very low concentrations. But methane, action on methane could make about 100 billion cubic meters of natural gas available to gas markets around the world. That's the same, more or less the same amount of natural gas that Norway exports each year. So it's a big opportunity for energy security. And alongside this loss of natural gas as methane emissions, there's a lot of flaring happening. You might have seen a report from the World Bank last week. It showed that, again, flaring has increased. We are about 150 billion cubic meters of natural gas that is flared each year. And most of this is routine flaring, non-emergency flaring. And a lot of it could be brought to markets. And addressing these two issues in tandem would create a lot of synergy. And as you've heard already today, we know the solutions to these problems. In the oil and gas industry, it's about changing equipment that emits by design, by low emissions or no emitting equipment. It's about deploying vapor recovery units to recover low pressure flows or deploying leak detection and repair systems. In the coal industry, you can drain coal gas seams before operation so that you reduce the emissions associated with the operations. Or you can tackle ventilation air methane through regenerative thermal oxidizers. And it's not only in the fossil fuel sector where we have opportunities. We shouldn't forget that there are hundreds of millions of people around the world today that rely on traditional use of biomass for cooking and heating. Here in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have about 10% of the population that is still relying on these, on using agricultural waste or dung or other sources of polluting ways of cooking and heating, which comes at a great cost to health. And these also lead to a lot of emissions. So a big opportunity is to provide access to clean energy for people around the world. And there are also options to reduce methane emissions from the modern bioenergy supply. I'm going to be talking a bit more about that tomorrow in the biogas panel. Now, as I was saying, there's a lot of momentum around methane action. Today, about 75% of the emissions from fossil fuels are covered by some sort of methane pledge. Certainly the most important one is the Global Methane Pledge, but there are others, including China's Methane Action Plan. And while it's very good to see these pledges, so far we have seen very little backing by specific plans and policies to tackle emissions. Right now, we estimate that current policies in place would deliver a reduction of about 25% of oil and gas methane emissions by 2030, though that falls short even of the Global Methane Pledge goal. And we should have in mind that since this is the sector where we have the largest scope for abatement, we likely need to see a larger reduction than 30% in pathways to deliver on the Global Methane Pledge. And if we look at our region here, Latin America and the Caribbean, then the policies would only deliver a reduction of about 10 to 15%. So we're well short of the goals that we have set. When we look at the corporate sector, there's also a lot of good momentum there. About half of the global oil and gas industry is committed to near zero methane emissions by 2030. We have seen, for example, last year, PetroChina, that's the largest producer in Asia, joining in the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. We have seen a lot of companies here in Latin America joining the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. So there's a lot of good momentum there. But I would like to draw your attention to the overlap between these two charters. It seems that the oil and gas industry is very much following policy signals. Only 5% of global oil and gas production is only covered by corporate pledges. The rest is overlap. So we need to move beyond pledges. There are very few countries and companies that have been able so far to show verifiable methane reduction, and this needs to change. Now, this is not to say that we haven't seen any progress. If you look at our data, in the past 5 years, we have seen an improvement of about 10% in the upstream intensity of oil and gas operations. So that's the amount of methane that they are releasing by the amount of energy that they are producing. And this is good news, but it's too little, it's slow progress. If we implemented the technologies that already exist, the best practices around the industry, we would see methane intensities that are very much in line with near zero methanes by 2030. And that's where we need to be headed to. We need to move from this mindset of small improvements, intensity improvements, and we need to think about delivering absolute reductions in methane emissions in the oil and gas industry. And one of the most dynamic areas is the development and technology from satellites. We've heard that, unfortunately, we lost MethaneSat recently, but there are still around 25 satellites in orbit that provide insights on methane emissions, including some dedicated satellites that are looking specifically at methane. And I want to draw your attention to the data from Sentinel-5P. So this is one of the very few satellites that provides a global overview of emissions and that has been operating for a number of years. Now, it only sees very large leaks. We're talking about tons of methane per hour, right? And what we see from this data is that these very large leaks are not decreasing. And in fact, in 2024, they reached a record level. And that happened despite having a lower number of days where observations were possible due to issues like cloud cover or other obstacles. And there, as I was mentioning, there are many ways to reduce methane emissions. And as always in our updates, we want to have a detailed look at what are the costs and benefits and investment needs to deliver on these reductions. And what we see in the oil and gas industry is that you can often make a profit from reducing methane emissions. Now, this takes into account the cost and considerations around whether you can bring this natural gas to markets, whether it be through as compressed natural gas in trucks, or by installing a new pipeline, or through other means. And absolutely, we acknowledge that in some places, gas is simply stranded. So you need to reinject it or combust it. But most of the measures, or a good deal of the measures in the oil and gas sector, provide rates of return that are positive. So what this means is that over the lifetime of the project, the amount of money that you're spending year on year and the amount of return that you have on that money is positive. And what we see here is that there's a good deal of measures that come with a rate of return above 25%. So that's more than the rate of return that companies are usually targeting when they think about their spending decisions. So this brings to mind, well, why then are companies not taking greater action on this? And certainly some companies are doing, but as I mentioned, progress has been slow. And there are many possible reasons to explain this. These vary depending on the region, on the facility, on the company, but some of the important ones are that often these investments are relatively small. The capital spending is relatively small when thinking about big spending decisions, and they don't really grab the attention of the board. Sometimes it's the case that companies are simply not aware of the amount of emissions that are happening. And as we heard here today, there are a lot of companies which are not measuring their emissions. So they don't really know what are the volumes in place and what are the opportunities. Similarly, sometimes they're not aware of what are the technological solutions available to them to reduce these emissions. So we need an honest dialogue, and I hope today we contribute to this between industry and the government and other stakeholders, because these are obstacles that can be overcome, but we need this dialogue to make that happen. Now I want to focus a bit more our attention in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a large opportunity here. Oil, gas, and coal operations in the region have emitted about 10 million tons of methane emissions last year. And what we see is that on average, the intensity of upstream operations here is about twice the global average. Naturally, this varies from country to country, but there's a lot of opportunity in every single place to improve performance. And these are countries that are very much committed, except from Venezuela. All of these countries here are committed to the Global Methane Pledge. They have been taking action. We heard some of this today. But we need to move from pledges to progress. And certainly there are some companies, some countries like Colombia and Mexico, which have policies, plans, and detailed ways to strategies to reduce methane emissions. These include some of the tried and tested approaches, like restrictions on flaring and venting, like leak detection and repair requirements, or technology standards. And these solutions that have been tried and tested that don't need any kind of system that is specifically focused at measuring methane emissions, so they can be deployed today in a relatively straightforward way. They can reduce emissions from these operations by about 60%. So that's a big opportunity and a big first step that can be taken. But we also need better data. We need better data to be able to allocate resources efficiently, and we need better data to make sure that we are making progress and that we can show that we are making progress in the region. So we need to work, we can start with tried and tested approaches. We also need to work on data to progress further. And in many ways, we know enough, right? We know that methane emissions is a major issue. We know that it's possible to produce oil, gas, and coal with near zero methane emissions. And we know that we need to do this if we are to tackle climate change. So the issue is really implementation. And I want to close by coming back to a message that we heard from the IEA's executive director today. When we look at all of the different options that we have on the table to reduce emissions and advance on the energy transition agenda, from renewables to efficiency to electric cars, tackling methane emissions comes near the top of everyone's agenda. It needs to be a first-hand priority. And we hope that through the discussions here today and beyond, everyone can be thinking about what are the real-world actions that they can be undertaking and that they should be undertaking to make us move from pledges to progress on methane. Thank you.
All right, I would like to invite Gaston Sirois. He is director of OEM LAC. He is going to start discussing the progress from the first summit up to today.
Muchas gracias. Antes de arrancar, voy a
Thank you.
romper un poco el
Before
protocolo.
starting, I'm going to break protocol here for a minute.
De vuelta voy a estar entre ustedes y el almuerzo.
I know that I'm going to be between you and lunch, so I ask you to be patient. There's 5 people that I would like to welcome here, and these are the 5 people that have helped the most and contributed the most for this to take place. I'm going to ask Anabela Ruiz to join me, Maria Jesus Ramirez, Leticia Rodas. I'm going to call for Alejandra Garzón and Josefa Corral to come here to receive a round of applause for organizing this summit.
Este equipo tiene una particularidad.
So this team has a particular feature. First is that each of them had a different background or training, and all of them have doing things beside the role. In addition to the role, they live in different countries. One is in Chile, Anabel is in Argentina, Alejandra Colombia, Leticia in Paraguay. So the effort that we have done to coordinate all of this without being in a face-to-face setting and seeing these results, I just want to thank them because I love working with them, and I just have thank you words for them.
Listo, ahora sí volvemos a la...
All right, so let's go back to our agenda. Regularly, I'm not nervous, but the emotional part of this makes me more nervous.
Bueno, ¿qué quería hacer yo hoy?
So today, my intention was to invite you
El celular.
to use your cell phone today because I want to have interaction. I know that many times when we introduce information, we lose our audience. So there's many things that we want to show you, and there are things that you're going to access online. Due to time, there are many things that we're not going to be able to do, and many things we're going to be able to do eventually. But I want you to see the progress as a community that we have all done. Well, I want to tell you what we have reached this year. After the summit that took place in Colombia, I want to show you a series of data that was collected. In this journey, we have talked a lot about data, and we are quite serious about that. I want to show you the work that we have been doing as a team, as data from the countries. We have done this with the data that each country has been collecting. We have done the gigantic work of collecting such data and setting this or providing this to the public and all the community. I want to talk about the community of practice, and I want to end up by discussing the low emission natural gas, the GNBE. And from this moment onwards, I think that we need to understand that such initiatives need to be mixed with all of the efforts. What does that mean? We are not going to only work with the public sector. This type of tasks is going to require a coordination of all the entities. With regards of last year, we used to have 24 countries that were working with us actively. OLADE has 42. We are 3 members away of having 100% of all countries working in the observatory tasks. 42 focal points. That means that we have delegates from different ministries that are interacting on our day-to-day in order to have continuous effort. And we have reached more than 99% of natural gas production with the countries involved. This shows, or this is a reflection of actually all the groups sitting here, because these are the people that are doing the task. What we're doing is coordinating, articulating efforts, and facilitating this space. But these countries are helping us a lot in that regard. The first summit took place in August in Colombia. We had 10 focal points. Now we have 15 more, which is 50% more. Before, we had 100 attendees, but now we don't even have space for people to sit. Talking about involvement, we have doubled the amount of panelists and participation from the private sector. This shows the relevance of this topic in the regional agenda. So I am happy to see people from last year, and I'm happy to see that we have new people that are interested in this topic and dialogue. This is just a list of the milestones. We had the regional summit in the week of energy. We have dialogues with the public officers, and I would like to thank, such as Andres did, to all of them in order to generate these spaces that are key when it comes to the regulation aspects. We have worked in key alliances. We have an alliance with ARPEL. They are a technical ally for the observatory. We have had lots of participation in COP29. We are hoping to reinforce such activities in Belén. We achieved the first inventory report, and this is the report of the first summit. For the people that have not received it, I'm going to show you where you can download it from. But what are we looking for? well, the information coming from these spaces should not stay in your memories. You should be able to access some such data. You are the expert, and everything that you share is going to be collected there and put at disposal of the public for everybody to know what we're doing and for us to continue building on it and not starting from scratch. In Energy Week, these were part of the panels that we were performing for this year in Santiago. We are considering to elaborate 3 panels related to methane, going from a year of 2023, in which hydrocarbons was not in the agenda, sets us to the world that we're in today, discussing hydrocarbons, integrating natural gas as a gas source, and the observatory. All of this shows that it's no longer necessary to think about natural gas as part of the transition. This is already accepted by the international community. This is a fuel, this is a reality that is going to be with us from here up to 2050. What we're doing today is introducing 3 launch. And then we're going to discuss a series of projects. The first launch is the OMLAC website. This is going to be linked to the information that I'm showing you here, but I'm going to discuss this later on. I wanted to discuss the data relevance. Due to time, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but we have prepared a Mentimeter with some questions. And for all the people that are here, maybe this could be regular questions, but how many times did you introduce the potential value of heating of methane? I'm sure that this is data that we all know. Or, for example, another question was the volume of liquefied natural gas with regards to other type of gases. There's data that we know, but there's other data that we don't. So going from data to the expansion of data was something that we believe it's of importance. I would invite you to visit the website of the observatory. This is a website as a result of OLADE, but all of our partners. We have received support from CAF, from GMH, in order to have this information at your disposal. We're going to have different tabs here. We're going to have the articles, the events, information that we are elaborating news. I want to start with the methane data. If you go to methane data, you're going to see there's a graph on data integration of each country emission. We want to have the 27 countries involved. We only have 7. But maybe you could imagine the gigantic effort behind introducing all of this data. Here, I just took a country, by the way. This is not because I'm Argentinian, but this is because this is a country that starts with an A. But currently, Argentina is currently emitting 350,000 kilotons of carbon dioxide, and we took this data from year 2022. But you're going to be able to see here how do we build these inventories. It was mentioned as well that we need to considerably improve on the way that we systematize the data, and how are we going to help each country. If you go down in this same sheet, you are going to see different data. All of the data is not easy to understand. If you're not an expert on the topic, probably it will be hard for you. But the first data will be the representation of Latin America methane emissions in comparison with the global emissions. We are in 6.59%. But then we have a data that represents methane emissions of the country versus global methane emissions. What does that mean? Once again, randomly, for the case of Argentina, is 0.54. Sorry, not Argentina, Brazil. Yes, I remember now that I used Brazil in this slide. And for methane
frente a las emisiones
versus Latin America emissions. So this is how Brazil is contributing to these emissions in the region. And all of this data, this is not data that we are inventing out of our minds. This is taken from the reports coming from the countries. That's why it is important to have a systematization of this data to serve as a reference. It takes time to compile it, yes, but it's important work. And this type of event confirms that it's relevant. If I want to get a bit complicated, I could start talking about Colombia. We are talking about 75 million tons. And that would be representation of methane gas emissions with regards to the total of the national inventory of greenhouse emissions. So the first one is the total with regards to the other gases that are not methane. So 75 will represent the total sum. Then we're talking about methane gas emissions compared to the energy sector. And the last one would be the methane gas emissions with regards to the national inventory of the country. Imagine having all of this data for each country and updated information. Imagine how relevant this is for the sector. But this is only half of the information. Imagine also if you could give you like a graph or a whole picture. What does that mean? It means that we are taking all of the data of previous years and we are compiling all of this in a single document for you to visualize the trend. If you see somebody from our team that is very tired, this is the reason why, right? We only have 7, by the way. We are still in the middle of working 20, and I'm confident enough that our secretary would want more people involved or more countries. So the data is going to be included in a document. This document should show all of this information and explain all of that, because sometimes the data is not enough to understand. You will need to explain what's the reason, why the value got higher or changed. And that's the commitment that we have, not only sharing data, but also the explanation of each one of the data.
Tenemos por delante la Semana de la Energía, en el cual este va a ser uno de los temas al cual le vamos a dar mucha importancia. Actualización de los informes, participación en la COP y continuar con toda la integración ahora en el tema del CIELAC. Recuerden que OLADE es el repositorio de todos los datos energéticos de los países de la región. Por lo tanto, queremos integrar todo esto también al CIELAC. Y ahí no solamente es una tarea de integrar esos datos, sino integrar sistemas.
This is not only a duty of integrating data, but integrating systems. But though with proper tools and support, these are things that are achievable. These are ambitious goals, though realistic. These are the kinds of reports that we have. We have several drafted, though we are still missing many to go. This is part of our daily effort, where we believe it's important for information to disseminate, for it not to remain in a mere desk, but for it to be available and to pick up on what you were saying, that we need, that should be transparent data backed by countries, and I believe there is a very important duty here. Another one of our surprises and out of protocol, we wanted to tell you about an initiative that many of you already know, but I don't want to tell you about it. Why? Because simply because the idea is not my own, but Alejandra's, so I will ask her to introduce this to you, because she's the ideologist and the one who pushed all these matters and who insisted for us to do it and who prepared most of the materials that you have been receiving. So Alejandra will ask you to come up. Don't worry, the slides that are coming are, you know them, they're your own. Agreed. So very briefly, part of what we were seeking is being able to join the needs from the countries that they have mentioned that we have regarding strengthening capabilities and knowing technologies and strategies to fund initiatives, to fund the teams also from government entities that are leading on these matters, but also how we can link to those who have been performing regulation exercises in certain countries that may have a level of progress that is greater and who may be a reference to others that are interested in working on this. So exploring some of the possibilities on how this can be carried out, we reached the conclusion to develop a community. So this space is available to dynamize the ecosystem on knowledge of methane in the region. It is focused on the energy sector. Shortly, we will begin with oil and gas matters, but there's a baggage of possibilities that are very broad to include other sectors, and it seeks for all these actors to have a common point to share on knowledge, experience, and to build together. On the webpage that Gaston mentioned, we have a tab with preliminary information on the community. We invite you to get on it, to come to know it, and the target audience is very diverse. We're starting with some members, which in this case are the countries that are related to it, and priorities on the topics to be tackled. We are also based on the priorities that have been presented to us, but we also have an opportunity for companies to join so that the parliament sector can also be a part of, and from allies from multilateralism, international agencies, or global initiatives which have the experience, the teams, or that can even have access to funding can also become participants, and also sectors from civil society, academia, research centers that also have some very interesting experiences related to reducing methane emissions that you will surely be able to see today and tomorrow in our agenda. And so jointly we can make progress under this purpose. Now, how dynamic or what format will this practical community of practice have? It will include webinars where these experiences can be shared from the experts who lead on these matters in these organizations. Also exchange sessions to know success stories from, for instance, companies that are developing a certain policy or are implementing certain technologies. And for this to make possible for us to be able to know in what way it is being implemented and what lessons learned can be gathered from this process as well. Events such as the Regional Methane Summit, Energy Week that Gaston mentioned, and Alliances for Research. This particular one is a point that we would like to be able to explore later in further detail, and this is how we can propitiate alliances with research centers, universities, specialized centers, so that countries can receive support to generate their own emissions factors and to establish protocols or procedures to gather information that is being generated in the sector and which allows for their national inventories can be further strengthened and for the existing gaps can be closed progressively. And the possibilities here, I believe, are significant. Lastly, topics to cover. Many of the ones we are covering in this summit related to those conditions that enable climate action from the energy sector, in this case, related to technologies, both for monitoring, measurement, as well as for reducing emissions themselves in exploration fields and different infrastructures. What's pertaining to regulation and public policy, also matters on transparency, funding, and commitments and alliances existing currently, and to which companies can also continue joining. So at this time, we have strategic allies, which I believe are one of the key elements to be mentioned. We hope that we are able to distill much more in this process so that all programs and initiatives that they are putting forth and that they have an interest for the region to have a greater reach can be carried out. And perhaps here, also considering the possibility that I'm leaving some out, but we have PENUMA, IMEO, Climate ARPEL. We also have the CAF, the World Bank, IDB. And so here we have support and the possibility to articulate with all of these organizations that are acknowledged in the region and globally that can support us. And I cannot forget IEA. So that's it. I hand the floor back to you. Don't be scared if next time she's presenting it all directly. So publications, this will lead into our next topic, and you will have on the webpage all of the topics that have been presented. They will be published there, and regarding the community, there's also a link so that everybody who wants to join can enroll, and they will be included on the community. So now I would like to introduce the last topic. Now let's make a deal here. We have 108 pages. Therefore, if we get into the detail on all 108, it'll be too complicated. So I'll try extracting the most important points and to tell you that we are precisely in the last process prior to publication. Therefore, in the following days, this report will be made public on the same platform that I mentioned. What were the pillars that we addressed? Well, the context, all matters pertaining to the value chain, impact analysis, and potential low emission natural gas. What are the ambitions and requirements for investment? Another key topic to be developed first thing in the morning tomorrow. So all of this, what amount are we talking to? And when we link this to the context and the value chain, we'll be separating. We'll see how much is required for upstreaming, how much is required midstream, how much is required downstream, and that account will be made also by how much are the emissions that we have in each of the sectors. So for that, what was the effort that we had to undertake, and understanding that chain, separating that chain, cutting it precisely to be able to have greater clarity on potential investments for each of those things. We discussed the importance on data. There are data that sometimes we're not repeating enough. We're producing 200 billion cubic meters of gas yearly. We have 60,000 kilometers of gas pipelines in the region. If we add Mexico and Argentina, more than half of the pipelines are there. We have around 600 production units, 2 countries that are exporting, 10 countries that have regasification plants. This is data that we need to know because it's the best way to defend a position by knowing facts. And much of the tasks that we undertake to precisely identify how to quantify that, we are supported on IPCC. We don't go out to search or to invent data. We go to the existing books or publications, and that is important because it allows to have backing or a starting point. And this proposal for a certification roadmap that we are making for countries, where I will show the main landmarks or how this will be carried out in the following years. We need to join all the existing initiatives. How often do we say that we don't need to reinvent the wheel? We don't need to come out with a new idea. What we need to do is to join sectors, and this is precisely for that purpose, to join the public sector through the observatory or ALADE so that we are part of the discussion. If already many of the national companies of the countries here in the room have already begun a part of this journey, we need to add the ministries because it is fundamental for all actors to be aligned. This is not later a competition on certification schemas, but we are looking to have a sweep of all existing methods and mechanisms to select which is the optimal for the region as a whole. Finally, we'll have many opinions. I don't believe all countries agree about mechanisms at the first try, but we at least need to have a space for discussion for this to happen. I believe here in the space, most of you know better than myself all production schemas, everything that upstream requires in extraction, processing, midstream with transportation, then the liquefaction part, the transportation, regasification, and so on. But each of the stages you see here was the one that we assessed because it's not the same an investment on boring or extraction than in transportation. There are different technologies, different investments, therefore we must separate them to analyze each link in the chain. So part of the effort also to give context was seeking, again, data, understanding what is the production in every country, what is the destination we're exporting to. You might say, what is in the interest in knowing the destination of our exports? Why is it so important? Because if the world continues advancing in the trend that it currently has, where there will be barriers to exporting, we need to know who we're selling to. We need to know which would be precisely the requirements from the countries that I want to conquer markets in or where I want to maintain markets. Therefore, this kind of effort that seeks who I'm selling to is fundamental so that later we don't find a methodology that is of no use to my markets. Part of the results is that we saw that most investments that can be made, which are profitable, this is something mentioned from the first panel, and that Peru is investing in a new refinery. This is because it believes that that is precisely the path to have more profitability. Companies have different goals, but they always give environmental, technical, and economical sustainability. They all need to be there. And the benefits that will help to have a natural gas chain that is cleaner, more sustainable. It will open up possibilities for new carbon markets. It will promote new businesses and into a reality. What is it that we need to do concretely? So that is efforts in the institutional domain. We need to identify frameworks or technical norms. And part of this space that we have legislators here is going in that direction. This cannot be done neither by the private nor executive sectors. They need to have also the presence of regulatory frameworks. And if those regulatory frameworks are also converging toward a word that is beautiful, which is harmonization, imagine how easy it can be for countries to work together if they articulate these policies, or the other way around, how hard it can be to exchange in the energy market if we are not agreeing on what are the foundations. And here I'm exiting the gas part and I'm getting fully into the energy market, both gas and electric. You need to reach a harmonized framework to simplify exchanges, because in that simplification of exchange, you will decrease emissions and costs and energy security. So in the end, everything is part of the same, and this is one more link in all of that chain for integration that OLADE is fully involved with. As you see, if we propose this in time frames or stages, it's not something that will be resolved next month, next year, in 2027. This kind of task has a horizon at more than 5 years because it requires structural changes in different actors, which means we don't need to do it? No, we do need to do it, but we need to begin now. If I want to have something similar, if I begin now in 2025 or 26, I won't get to have quotas for natural gas and low emissions that is certified because there are so many bodies that need to move in government. I'm reaching the time I had set for myself. I have just to show you the latest events. One final picture. I would like to thank you for your time. and now hand the floor back to Annabella for closing the first half of our day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We now invite you to a group picture. We will then pause and we will reconvene in an hour and a half. To our attendees and to those following the broadcast via YouTube, we will reconvene in an hour and a half. To delegations and panelists, we tell you that Insight M invites you to lunch in the hall next door, which is Independencia Blue, and we will re-encounter in the evening. Thank you.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, ¿tú? Qué gusto, muy bien, muy bien. Dominicano. Hola, ¿qué tal? Desde Villa y Minas allá. A sus órdenes. ¿Todo bien? Muy bien va la presentación. ¿Vamos bien? Excelente trabajo. Me alegro, gracias. Encantado. La foto del almuerzo. Sacamos una con todos y después con...
Buenas tardes. Bueno, vamos regresando, si quieren ir sentándose.
Let's return to the room. Please take back your seats.
La agenda sigue en pie, así que en todo caso terminaremos.
Our agenda is still standing.
Mientras tanto, y hasta que se van acomodando
As you are resitting,
las personas que están afuera y están llamando a que se
to those outside,
Bueno, vamos a aprovechar estos minutos
let's take these minutes to share video with you. A video we have been working on with CAF. So we'll leave you to watch the video, then we'll resume with the afternoon activities.
Natural. Es natural que todo cambie, que todo crezca, se transforme. Es natural que la energía nos transforme. Es natural transitar el cambio, el equilibrio.
It is natural to find balance. It is natural for gas to be the road to that change. In a world where energy is no longer power but purpose, along that way, fair energy transition, natural gas comes up as a bridge between what we are and what we want to be. It's a matter of vision, sustainability, and balance, because as we develop other natural resources as hydrogen, lithium, solar, or wind, gas gives us time. It gives us support, it gives us a solid foundation to move forward without going back. Today in Latin America and the Caribbean, more than 160 million people have access to power thanks to natural gas. Homes, hospitals, industry, trade, or markets. Also, the region progresses with its interconnection plan, with its vision of diversification, and it fulfills its duty as a key complement in the renewable transition. Power that is where it's needed, nearby, reliable. Natural gas has an advantage that the world now values more than ever. It emits up to 50% less CO2 and 25% less carbon than diesel, and only that if infrastructure already exists, it can be adapted, because what transports gas today, tomorrow can transport hydrogen. From Mexico down to Patagonia, natural gas is there, supporting the lives of millions of people with more than 100,000 kilometers of gas pipes. In the region and regional integration projects, gas is also a force for union, strengthens cooperation, and makes power a pillar of shared sovereignty. Our region gives us a unique delight, generosity, and diversity in natural resources, and natural gas is a transition power which helps us to care for each other, to integrate, and to move forward without leaving anybody behind. Because when the wind stops, the sun hides. Gas is there, not to compete with renewables, but to make them feasible. And natural gas allows us to progress without sacrificing development. It gives us time and the foundation to build the future. The Latin American Power Association and CAF, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, via a joint effort with countries in the region, is pushing for this power integration process, promoting technical dialogue, developing infrastructure, and cooperation among countries in the region. It is the resource that can take the cleanest power to rural schools, to small industries that boost local economy, to a hospital so that it never has no power. The resource will accompany the world as it changes. That is also a transition, that is future, and that is caring. It is transforming without losing stability, innovating without generating more inequality, and along that way, natural gas is not part of the problem, it is part of the solution. Power that connects the present and the future, which moves turbines, motors, cities, but also hope. It is natural gas. Power to transform, power to transition, power to dream.
Bueno, ahora sí, ya estamos
Now we are ready and back to know the initiatives and commitments from companies in oil and gas to reduce methane emissions. We invite as a moderator Elena Alfaro Barrios from the Regional Association of Oil and Gas and Renewables Association in Latin America and the Caribbean, more well known as ARPEL, and our panelist, Jose Carlos de Pirola from ERM, Juan Carlos Lopez from Sierra Col Energy, Omar Bueno from Repsol Exploration Peru, and Ana Villarreal from Petro Ecuador.
Hola, 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 ¿se escucha? Sí. Bueno, lindo desafío nos toca.
Well, this is a nice challenge after lunch. We'll try for you not to fall asleep. Know that we have much to tell. Companies in the sector are working much on managing methane emissions. Often it's a problem to communicate this and to convey it to the public effectively, so we hope to aid in that sense with this panel. We know and we are very aware that we need to double down on efforts to fulfill the Paris Agreement, and that we are working strongly, both from the private sector and the public. And our work actually is very much focused on measuring, reporting, verificating emissions, apart from mitigation, and seeking also the detection and repair of leaks, minimizing flaring and venting, of course, among many other initiatives. For that, today we have many panelists. First, we have the company ERM that will give us a different vision from without the sector, but with a more global and regional perspective. And as collaborator with our sector as well in this goal, we also have Sierra Col, Repsol, and Petro Ecuador, representing different angles of our sector in the region. The mode, there will be questions. Perhaps we will look at one or two slides, but mainly this will be a talk. And I would like to begin by asking a first question to Jose Carlos, who, with his more regional vision and from without the industry, can tell us how he sees the outlook for methane, particularly in the region, and how ERM is contributing to reduce its emissions. Thank you so much, Irene. It's an honor to be here before you, accompanying you in this such important event on a gas that I feel is still somewhat hidden. When we discuss decarbonization, when I was to talk decarbonization with some companies in Peru or outside of Peru, in Latin America, part of the team that works with me, we are always aiming to CO2 and so little to CH4. And this is because many of the processes, and let's not forget Peru's a mining country mainly, we have no coal mines. Perhaps in Colombia is where there can be more of a gaze on carbon matters in the more, but neither are we a country which has methane production due to agriculture. It is not as high, really. However, I believe that in the region, there's already a significant stride on decarbonization via some frameworks such as TCFD, this work group to open up the information on how we are contributing with regards to emissions. Many companies are working on that. Countries such as Chile and Colombia already have it as part of their regulation, and they are making progress on that. Peru does not yet have it, and very little progress is being made in that sense. So that kind of framework helps us to have order on how to focus and how to work, how to identify the problem. On a more global level, World Bank research identified that less than 2% of funding for the reduction of climate change emissions is focusing on methane. And that tells us that funding can be an issue that is not being tackled properly. And on the other hand, I also saw a report from the International Energy Agency, which states that by 2023, there had been a significant increase. Satellite imagery analysis was made, and they saw that there was a major increase in methane leaks in the region. So there's a challenge there, because also on the other end, you need to, well, the consumer begins pushing and having to exert more pressure on companies, because there's open information on how they are operating with regards to reporting on how they are going about their decarbonization and where they are focusing it. Surely this morning, unfortunately I was not present, there was some information on how or what is Peru's position in the more, but there again, the data, I believe, is the challenge that we have before us and that we need to advance on. And this is not only on the public sector, but mostly, though it also falls on the private sector, and I will later tell you how this is being tackled, because undoubtedly one of the things we are doing at ERM is to track and support private enterprise for them to identify where these gaps are, to say where the leaks are and how to improve technology, understanding inward what kind of changes must happen in the institution in order to tackle these challenges, which represent some technological changes, as technological changes are not made by machines but people. So that's a people effort. And so just making a parallel, in the mining industry, there's an international council on metals and mining. Many major mining corporations have signed an agreement to be able to reach net zero by 2050. Undoubtedly, it's a different industry. It has another process, another challenge, but that willingness has existed. So I believe that is something that we would have to look into, how to tackle it from the perspective of methane particularly, since we're on this matter, and to see how we can achieve this kind of agreement where not only is the private company there, so that we can also engage governments, academia that is so important for research that we so much need, and especially to call the attention on the importance to tackle methane issues, which is 28 or 25 more polluting than CO2. So a small methane leak will multiply much with regards to how it will be contributing negatively to climate change. So I believe here lies a very important problem that we need to begin tackling.
Ya que
Thank you, Jose Carlos. And now that you're mentioning about commitments or pledges, I would like to hear from on the people on what commitments they have received on methane commitments to reduce methane emissions, and how are we implementing this? Thank you. Yes, my name is Ana Villarroel. I thank the invitation to this event, and I appreciate everybody that has made this possible. Ecuador, as a country, starting from 2006, in the framework on taking care of the environment, and as well as the work that has happened with other countries in fighting climate change, we have made several pledges. We have had a commitment for global methane reduction, and it's important to mention that in 2016, we signed the Paris Agreement. Ecuador had adhered to this initiative. Ecuador, in 2021, has launched the plan towards decarbonization of our country. Petroecuador has been the executor, considering that the oil market is one of the ones of higher hierarchy, and this is one of the main executor roles. In Ecuador, in 2022, we have created a decarbonization committee. In this committee, there was a corporation decarbonization plan. This was like an umbrella that helped us with the initiatives that we have in order to reduce the greenhouse emissions. Particularly for methane, in 2023, we adhere to OEMP 2.0 from the UN. This enabled us to perform a methane inventory record from a company point of view. This has been a challenge because we needed to understand each one of the challenges of the companies. We established a baseline in year 2023. As an absolute goal, we have a percentage of 30% of reduction from this baseline in 2023 up to 2028, which means that our baseline, which is 51 kilotons of equivalent CO2, needs to be reduced at a 30% up to 2028. This is a firm commitment from our company. We decided to use our own resources and external resources in order to comply with this. All of our assets are in level 3 at a 50%. And the challenge would be to get into level 4 and 5 according to the OEMP guidelines. And actually, that's the commitment that we have regarding methane from Petroecuador. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, by the way. I am from Sierra Col Energy. This is a company in Colombia that was conformed once we sold some assets. Why is it important as a background? Because large of the commitments that we have result from Occidental having very good infrastructure. Occidental was the company that sold the asset. So the engineering was of high tech. Once we were acquired by the Carlyle Group in 2020, there was a decarbonization agenda that was included. And in such agenda, what we were looking for was to reduce our methane emissions. These were about 7,200,000 cubic tons of emissions. And as you know, in order to reduce these emissions, we were considering 50% up to 2023 of reduction. And the 4 pillars that were going to help us to do that was energetic transition, in order to use or to transit from fossil fuels to others. We were consuming more than megawatts in all of our operations. The third pillar was decreasing fugitive emissions, and the fourth included the suppression of the flares. So the last pillars were focused into methane, as you can see. So there was a huge project to tackle those two pillars. From Resolution 466, and that was created in Colombia, we had an interesting strategy for measurement, but we wanted to measure in a way that we could trace, that we can compare with other numbers and having real data. Technology is inaccurate, I will have to say. There's different technologies that are not as accurate as people may think. So we built a program from 2022, and we included our own cameras, and we did a bottom-up measurement with one of the companies, which is here, by the way, and we did HISIS simulations. In addition to our processes to understand where do we have these leaks. Furthermore, we took some chromatographies for contrast. We joined OEMP last year, and in our first report, we were congratulated, by the way, because we were one of the largest 10 companies, such as Philips, because the data that we provided was transparent. The commitment of the company was such that we were able to move progress and reduce more than 42,000 equivalent tons. And what we do is, once we start measuring, we associate it in our system with routines. For example, changing some spares, installing new facilities, changing infrastructure, which was leading to having more methane emissions. And also part of the gas that we were burning, it was used on energetic processes. So it helped us understood that we were having inefficiencies. I believe our company has been transparent, and that's why we have become an example to follow due to our results. Yes, hello. Good afternoon. My name is Omar Bueno. I am the manager of safety and environment from Repsol. Repsol has global presence. We have lots of commitments, lots of challenges that we have received from our management. And the main challenge throughout the different business lines that we have deployed, not only in Peru. Peru, yes, it's giving us an opportunity to have a different business portfolio, but we also have gas stations downstream, and everything is distributed globally. The main component from our high management is to be carbon neutral up to 2050 within the framework of the Paris Agreement. And we are one of the corporations that has joined this global initiative. In order to do this, we have deployed pledges, actions. We included, in a short term, by the way, we included suppression of the routine flares, as was mentioned in the morning. This commitment is important into 2030, particularly into the upstream. For this, we have had commitments of global initiatives like the UN within the OGMP 2.0 project. So I believe that what this does is having more robust data and having more accuracy, and to be able to quantify it and have an action resulting from this. So we have a standard goal. We have developed all of our initiatives. We are currently in level 4. We're aiming to reach level 5. This would imply, of course, not only a commitment, but deployment within different operations. In Peru, we are going to work with some technologies to be deployed that has been identified in other business units. And we believe that this could give us some results. This is complemented with all the operation campaigns, like, for example, cameras, in order to have more precision when it comes to fugitive emissions. Not only finding these emissions, but also quantifying it. And incorporating this in our inspection plan and maintenance plan. It is important to do early actions once we find something. And something that we're facing in the business unit, particularly in the Peruvian jungle, is the fact that we have developed lots of technology in the field. And now the challenge would be to be more aggressive regarding energetic efficiency. We're looking to improve our efficiency in our compression machines, which are actually part of our regular activity. And what we're looking for is to minimize our carbon footprint and methane emissions. One of the objectives within the corporate plan, only talking about methane, by the way, it's to get to zero, even below 0.5% of methane up to 2030 in all of our operations. And this is some of the commitments that we are tackling as a company.
Excelente.
Great. I would like to thank the three of you, and particularly for Ana and Juan Carlos. What has been the learning curve when translating the pledges into concrete actions and something that we could measure within each of your companies? Well, this has been a long track for us because we needed to understand how is our facilities, how are our facilities behaving right now. Our associated gas is rich in CO2, but not as much in methane. So that's why tracking methane is complicated for us. So it would be complicated for us to understand and to consider some processes. But the learning curve to understand how are we going to mitigate these fugitive emissions is to understand how we can apply different technologies. For example, the flare that we have in some of our facilities was a flare that was rich in CO2. It was low in methane, but there was really high content of heavy liquids. So what we had was an installation of a small refinery with 3 phases of compression, with the stabilization among the processes. And in this way, we created optimal gases for electricity. The funny thing is that for over 36 years, we were burning gas, and we didn't even notice that it was more than 1 million cubic feet of gas. And the problem was that you could not re-inject it because there were no other machines that could use it. But with the implementation of this gas-to-liquid machines, we were able to produce 600 barrels of hydrocarbons that were perfectly stabilized. We could say that we have had several cases in which we have learned how to mitigate the methane emissions and suppressing the flares. Basically, the flares, if we try thinking about numbers and calculations, we know that it's 98% or 99% of numbers that are not as real due to the flare. So the idea was to suppress these emissions. The other learned lessons is that we have involved professionals. We have taught people on methane mitigation, and these experts are working in our daily operations. They have learned how to fix the leaks, how to register them, and they have learned how to solve everything and having traceability of it. So I believe that we have had many phases. We were able to reduce more than 70% of our methane emissions in just 3 years. So the struggle here was to understand, is this data reliable or not? Because technologies are not reliant as they could be. That's why we need to contrast between the top-down, bottom-up, chromatographers, simulations, and sometimes you use tools that are not as quantitative, but more qualitative in order to understand what's the quality, and that will be a contrast of data. And I think that this has helped us to interpret what we have when it comes to technology. Thank you. All right. Regarding Petroecuador, I will have to say that learning has been sustained throughout the years. I think that I don't need to repeat this, but data collection, reliability of the data, it's relevant. The road has been rocky. We needed to collect information. We had 1,000 assets, 1,000 infrastructures or machineries in the Ecuadorian jungle, which is the most activity of our company. So learning, including monitoring the machinery as well. Not only one person, we're talking about a team of people. We're talking about safety and environmental departments working together, and this has helped us to have a baseline. We have a projection of such mitigation plans, but the learning here, basically the base of this will be cooperation. Without internal or external cooperation, everything gets more complex. We have had support from an external provider, which is Carbon Limits. They have helped us to estimate the methane emissions. We have had the work with Clean Tax 4. Basically, they have helped us to measure in a beginning phase in order to have estimates according to the company. We have had the PENUMA, this is the Ministry of Environment, along with several organizations that had helped us to receive data. And this data, it still needs to be consolidated, but we continue having a sustained commitment, particularly from our personnel. Like I'm mentioning, we are 4 women from Ecuador, which is we are all holding this project, all of us, so it's a challenge, a true challenge for us. Yes, thank you. All right, let's go farther into detail here. Omar, maybe you could mention where are you located as Repsol for operational-wise, and what actions has been taken to have methane emission reduced, or something that could help us to achieve some lessons learned on application. If you can help me with some photographs. Yes, thank you. Okay, so what I was saying, Repsol has a series of business lines, okay? We're devoted to several things. We are on the first chain of value. We could see our production fields. In the map there, in the lilac area or purple area, this is the Sagari field. Yes, this is lot 57. This is close to the Camisea project. Yes, this is the natural gas project. The whole train or set of production is one of the main contributors of natural gas in the country. So we are in an area where we have a large biodiversity. This would be a hot spot, if you will. And from the beginning, you could see that this was involved in the design. We needed to be quite rigorous on the engineering and construction. And you have some views here We are in the middle of the jungle, and what we're doing there is to minimize impact on our footprint, but also in our operations. And here is where we could see in the next slide that we have some additional facilities. In this photograph, for example, we could see one of the facilities of our main activities. The Unit 400 is our gas compression unit, and this is where we have the highest consumption of energy. We have done a series of actions that started with energetic inefficiencies because we needed to monitor consumption. In the beginning, in this project, we used the emission factors, but we started going into detail with the granulometry of data, and we identified values with the technologies of UE cameras. We also started doing chromatography tests in order to work with the data. Now, we have a view of Sagari AX. This is where we produce gas. We have a series of flanged joints that we actually need to continue monitoring because that's the only way that we could avoid leaks. They need to be properly closed. So from the fugitive emissions point of view, this has helped us, if we do, for example, early detection, and we find that there's a flange which is not properly tight, we could mitigate this. Like I mentioned, we need to have multidisciplinary team that knows about this technology. This has implied training to our personnel, maintenance training as well. And we have been growing in order to have methane reductions. And other technology, like I'm going to mention, we are going to include drones in order to accredit level 5 in our asset. Also, we need to analyze other technology from some engineering work that we have been working on with some consultants to have alternative sources of energies and changing our energetic matrix. I think that would be my response. Thank you. Thank you, Omar. And continuing with these particular cases, I would like to invite Ana and Juan Carlos. Maybe you guys can share a success case of emission reduction that you could believe that could be highly replicable or something that could be happening in other regions within your companies. Yes, for Petroecuador, when it comes to the coastal areas in the south in Ecuador, we actually have an offshore platform. What we do is basically extract natural gas, and this natural gas goes to a dehydration plant, and then it goes to a plant which is called Bajo Alto. This is a liquefaction plant, and we perform its operation in order to obtain natural gas and provide gas to the south side of the country and also the community through a pipeline. In this plant, the condition was that we had a rejection gas. So the idea was to use such gas to reuse this in other processes to generate energy. Bajo Alto plant is neighboring to a plant which is called Senel. What do? Basically, we generate energy. This type of arrangement or installation was to use this rejection gas in order to reuse this with compressor and gas duct or gas pipeline and be reduced without being disposed. So this reorganization enabled us to relocate this and take this to Thermogas Machala. Basically, this is the name of this facility. So this is a project that enable us to reuse 6 million tons of cubic meters per year, and we have completed this project in June 2024, and up to June 2025, we have received such results. According to the calculation of these emissions, we were able to decrease 11,400 tons of CO2 per year. Of course, this contributes to the quality of air in the region near to the communities in order to decrease waste or emissions that could be generated going into the community. And we have avoided the visual impact. We have a benefit of $800,000 million a year, and this has enabled us to evaluate the continuity of the same and have this as a success case.
Thank you. So according to what we discussed at the beginning, every facility has its own print. The gas going out, the amount, the pressure, the quality. In our case, at every facility we have set a different project to reduce methane emissions and to remove flaring or eliminate flaring. In a special facility, the Alta gas was always used by the power provider to provide part of the electricity that we used. That was high pressure gas, but the low pressure gas was always disposed. So we even set up many processes that at the end we had mainly the compressors that mixed low and high pressure gas and making some changes to the engines and to build a system for discharge a bit different in the facility in case of events that we would not be able to have full reliability in the facility. And so we were able to mix this gas, utilizing all of it to generate electricity. So most of what we were burning for years was low pressure gas. And we really noticed that in spite of the internal combustion engines, sometimes it's not easy for them to receive blended gas due to the low quality of low pressure gas, but we were able to pull it off. Another success story was what I told of before, this that I explained, which was liquid masses. This is the highest MPV that the company has. It is a $38 million project for only 10 years. So it is a project with a payback that is spectacular of 1.8 years. And truly, that gas to liquid process is not complicated to install. The liquid to gas process to recover these hydrocarbons, in our case, we're not selling it apart. And these liquids could have a even higher value, but we're in a complicated part of the country where these liquids cannot be transported due to security issues, so we blend it in with our production. These 700 barrels produced in this gas-to-liquid process, we blend it with the 45,000 barrels of production, and simply they become part of the inventory. And in other facilities that are more isolated and even smaller, what we're using are some systems with packeted engines, which is a motor with a screwer. So the same gas linked to the well, it goes through brief refinement and it is used to produce electricity directly. So this is how we're removing most flaring and most of our methane emissions by tweaking every facility. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all project, but each has its own different footprint. And there is another one that is very remote, where we have no more to do than to burn it, because the network is at 58 kilometers. Our energy consumption is too low at that well, 250 kilowatts, and the gas production is more than 300,000 cubic feet that we need to combust, and we have no means to transport anything. So we're coming up with some friends which can even be data mining to be consumed at the site to generate its power, and somehow it's benefiting the project, and we are not flaring that gas, but we are using it as energy. So the possibilities are many, and we have already been implementing most. Excellent. Thank you so much to the both of you. Very interesting, these cases. Now, we're moving on to collaboration, synergies, alliances that we also mentioned that are very important to achieve more effective results. And Jose Carlos, I would like for you to tell us how to work jointly on a strategy to contribute to cutting back on methane emissions. Thank you. Before anything, congratulations for this effort. You have been showing us how investments are being put to value with regards to technological improvements and identifying information, which is so important and which is identified with as a great challenge to the methane industry still. And I believe that by listening to you, I see that and comparing, looking at what we have, so a concern on funding for this kind of efforts with regards to reducing emissions, and on the other hand, the private sector, I see their initiatives that are interesting, that surely the investment put in is not a minor thing, and which has achieved significant outcomes. That calls me to say or ask, what do we need to do? We need to begin doing it first, to demonstrate it, then to share it, and then to see how we can begin collaborating and understanding that every space, every situation has a different solution, but every solution can contribute to a future solution. So I believe the space, Irene, seems to me there needs to be a joint effort not only from the private sector and private companies, but also from governments. And so international cooperation, it is sometimes difficult. In my previous life, I got to know cooperation, its perspective from the inside, and I see that definitely there are matters that are somewhat difficult to touch with regards to contribution to climate change and the more, but I believe we need to take one step further if we want to achieve an outcome that is to everyone's benefit, and that goes through not only sharing these experiences, and I hope much more can be done on this, but also having a place where you can receive this sharing and where you can do research based on these cases and to replicate and to achieve having somebody in charge who can actually obtain funding for this kind of thing, because ultimately the energy transition goes through doesn't go through stopping to use one resource for another. It is a transition, so you need to see how gradually you change and when you begin using a resource, because it is really important for power and the GDP of countries, particularly in Latin America. But on the other hand, we also need to begin working in everything pertaining to research, investigation, understanding how this can be useful, how the efforts being undertaken by the colleagues who have just told about them in each of their countries, how this can be applicable to other countries where we also have significant methane emissions. So I believe there is a challenge, a major challenge, in the sense of achieving buying the battle, or buying in and putting to use what private companies are doing. So based on that, we can know, research, and see where else it can be applied, who else can contribute to this. Let's break away with that 2% that the World Bank mentions. Let's go upward, because if in the end you tackle the matter on reducing methane emissions, you'll be able to contribute much more to what we have set for ourselves in Paris. Unfortunately, I'm a skeptic. I believe we will not reach 1.5. I'll be sincere. And I'll give out the bad news. I believe we will not get there, but I believe we need to do everything possible to be close to that. And so if we're focusing on industries such as methane, I believe we're taking a step larger than merely focusing on carbon dioxide. Yes, totally agree. And just a note here, highlighting the effort that has been presented by Alejandra a while ago, and I fully expect the community of practice in the observatory aims to putting this to work, and from ARPEL we're also working much and for many years now in sharing experiences and best practices, but of course it is more focused on within the sector or inside the sector, so that's the road we are on. And speaking on collaboration, now I would like to for both Ana, Ana, Juan Carlos, and Omar, Ana, and Juan Carlos tell us about collaborating with governments or regulating entities to accelerate actions of your companies regarding methane. Also considering alliances between peers or companies in the sector as well. Thank you. Well, to talk about this part, in our experience in the Repsol Corporation, we've had the chance that the journey followed regarding the many assets dispersed in different continents allowed us to acquire certain knowledge and learning that was interesting to share, not only in-house but also outside, which is why I can refer to two events that we've had as a group. The first being in Northern Africa, where we have operations for oil and gas, where a work group was set up and a community of practice, and good practices were shared with operators in the area, including regulating entities and authorities, in order to lead to awareness on the matter of managing emissions with an emphasis on methane. It was very well taken up. I believe there was a pretty interesting capture and compliance of goals for that event. And the other thing is something we mobilized under collaboration of SPH here in Lima last year, where precisely along with our headquarter team and operating companies here in Peru, we had the chance to show or to demo somewhat what each of us were doing at different fora, the part of upstream, midstream, and even downstream with regards to emissions management. And it was interesting to see how we had common points and several other things where friendly companies had managed differently to our own. So we can also conceive it from a different view and to consider the positive results. So the idea is to continue working along that line, not only from the private domain, but as has been well mentioned, but including also teams from our counterpart in government, where precisely jointly we can achieve greater impact and to amplify the actions that we can undertake. Thank you. In our case, we've had, as I mentioned already, international cooperation that has helped us to strengthening technical capacities and supporting the process of gathering inventory. But it is also important to mention country-to-country cooperation. With our brother country, Colombia, with Ecopetrol, we have maintained a program for monitoring or surveillance. Ecopetrol is somewhat more advanced on this matter, which has allowed us to have an exchange on good practices, which happened at Ecopetrol to assume them as part of the road that Petroecuador will take on the road to decarbonization. It has been a program that has nurtured us much. It has been exchanging experiences mutually that has allowed us to advance. We've also had the chance to approach the regularization agency in Ecuador. In the Ministry of Energy, we have a regularization agency under it that is currently drafting the norm for methane in Ecuador. This has allowed us to have engagement so that all efforts already taken by the company to be considered to begin aligning somewhat with regards to hydrocarbon regulation and to begin aligning efforts already taken by the company as not to have a law that is over-regulated or that is not according to the reality of the country. Because just like other brother countries in Latin America, truly our reality is different to Europe's or the United States. Our reality and our mindset, our national reality, the reality of each of the companies is different, and we need to be aware of that and to align public policies and legislation according to that. That has been the cases of cooperation and support that we've had. Thank you. We can say we've had alliances and cooperation both locally and internationally. Based on the resolution that you mentioned in Colombia that was issued in 2022, that was seen by all of us as something extremely complicated to fulfill at that point. In the short term, we began understanding that truly we had many opportunities that we had not been executing in our fields. And it is curious, but this is one of the few times when, as operators, the many operators at Ecopetrol, which is like the father to all in Colombia, we began banding together to review what we would do, how to achieve fulfilling the resolution, how to optimize costs, how to have a project where measurement not only had a positive NPD, and what is it that companies demanded from us, how to achieve doing something that was feasible among all, or for all. So when we began taking measurements, we began with some workshops and some synergies under leadership of Ecopetrol or sometimes NIH. We began looking into how to fulfill the regulation and how to build a fully auditable program and transparent program for measurement and mitigation. For example, with the major companies, when we did flyovers with the top-down and with other companies, we always talked how it would be more economical for us, as we are many departments in Colombia, but the oil extracting areas are in the south, including Arauca. So we will overfly those areas with the company, and we all did for the same facilities in the area, which was more economical for us. Now for TEA efficiency, we're thinking about the same, to bring in cameras that are now quantitative. They are pretty expensive. The Gamantis or Angidescencia are extremely expensive, but when one brings them in jointly to measure the same areas, costs are reduced significantly. So the cost for TEA is reduced significantly. So we have achieved with these companies to build synergies that are very interesting. Many of these initiatives we are sharing constantly with Ecopetrol, but I do believe that Methane, with our very competitors nationwide, has joined us all together. So we have very interesting synergies with regards to emissions, particularly on methane. And internationally, we have linked to OGNP that has brought in interesting experiences for us. Those meetings that they hold every 8 or 15 days with the major companies such as Shell or others on how they have achieved the gold standard and how their programs by the size of the companies are to square. Ours are more recursive generally, as every facility is unique, both in security and operations. For example, in some fields we cannot fly too low, otherwise we'll have problems with security. The first thing being affected is the plane. So we need to accommodate to these matters to every facility, but we have achieved setting up these synergies with the different companies. So I believe there has been a very good cooperation. I believe there has been a major union with suppliers so that we can recommend to them how they can perform these measurements in complicated areas, how we can extract some data that is totally traceable, and how we can really optimize the costs, which is most of what a program such as this hopes to do. Excellent. Truly, this has been quite hopeful content to this point. I would like for Jose Carlos, to ask you one last question, but from a different perspective, because I would like for you to tell on the challenges as well. Not everything is flowers or rose color. There's still a path ahead and many obstacles to overcome. So, as a summary, I would like for you to tell us what do you consider is the greatest challenge today in reducing methane emissions in the mining and energy industry in the region. Well, that question is a challenge in itself. What I see is that there are very positive experiences from the companies that are tackling jointly. We are hearing how they're working with suppliers and the other local companies. But you were saying this, ARPEL is working much jointly from the sector. How can we achieve for the counterpart? And when I say counterpart, I don't only mean the public sector, but academia, civil society. How can we achieve so that we can all take one step forward in order to contribute to this duty? I believe there are very important experiences that have just been mentioned to us that we need to put to value. I believe that part of what is needed is also telling the story for people to know what is being done, for people to know why it is being done, and for also people to know what is the impact of what's being done. Because, as I was saying, we have this whole TCFD route, this framework to look into and prevent decarbonization. When I talk to many companies, and here we are all knowledgeable and you know much on methane and the more, but consumers of power, the other companies that are part of not necessarily the ecosystem nearby to methane, they are not putting to value or not differentiating much on whether it's methane or CO2. For them, it's decarbonization, and that's it. And that has happened to me with other industries, talking to CEOs and VPs. In the end, for them, I'm decarbonizing, that's it. But how? As long as I fulfill my goal, I'm fine. So, I believe part of that is a little bit of knowledge and telling the full story. Because, okay, if you're decarbonizing, how much is on this and on the other? Why is that important in your process? How much can you contribute? A little contribution to decrease methane will be 10 times more than what you're doing for CO2. For example, where is that gap? That obviously a company working in oil and gas is doing it because this is a part of their core business and responsibility. But a company that is mainly consumer, not necessarily will they have it clear. And I believe that is part of education that we would have to work on with them, with these other companies on one hand. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the question, I believe not. But I do feel, as you've said, there's hope by the efforts being undertaken, and I believe we need to go further beyond. Excellent. Yes, thank you so much, Jose Carlos. Thank you all. We have a few minutes for questions. I'm not sure if there are any. There in the back. I'm not sure if they can have a microphone handed to them. Please, if you can introduce yourself and to say who you're addressing the question to. Apologies, we cannot hear in the interpretation booth. There's always a question in the territory from two visions. One, the economic aspect. What is the investment or what is the resource that will stop being perceived by government if they do this transition? That is the first question for Peru and Ecuador, also from our expert from Petroecuador. And then if they will stop revenue or income, if that will be reduced, if we're going to move ahead with this transition, what will be the income? Because after this transition, we should continue perhaps with the same production, with the same resources, in order to have the investment that corresponds. So I have this major question. And even so, last week from Pachacuti, we presented a draft bill that reads, eliminate the new or even limiting the new concessions for exploitation of resources related to oil and mining. And we have been asked, well, and then, and of course, under this logic of energy transition, and they are asking us in the territory, how much will be saved and how much will be received. Finally, what is the cost benefit for the country stopping this economic activity and focusing on other duties that allow us to reduce what we are saying, the major effects of climate change, the major effects to the rights of nature, and even more so, the major tramplings to human rights. So I would like to understand a bit more the figure, the number, how much is saved, how much is gained. Finally, how will we survive in every state? Thank you so much.
Buena pregunta, gracias. Está desafiante.
Good question, and thank you. It is challenging. I will try to quote something that has been said here, and I will even refer to the video that was shown here after lunch regarding natural gas and the reflection of the energy transition. So, the point, more than asking about the cost of a specific solution where we would need to look into the case study, we are in a global fork in the road in that if we don't change the way to do things, we will have problems. And I would even say we're already having them. Particularly who's speaking in his past lives, to quote others, I've been head of the field at Lot 57, and back then I was telling some of you that in that operation in the rainforest of Cusco, we had 2 cold waves yearly when the temperature decreased down to 14 degrees Celsius, which affected not only thermodynamic efficiency of equipment, but especially the communities in the area. So back then, there were 2 or 3 cold waves yearly. That was back in 2013. Now in 2025, we have 14 cold waves, which entails a change in the life condition of our communities. A climate issue that generates intense rain or intense drought. This morning, it was said that if we don't do something today, we will be paying it later. Having to rebuild what nature took away due to these climate alterations. So, actually, the question would be, what should I do now so we can avoid that greater impact in the future? Because there's already impact. It's undeniable to say that there is no impact. So, from our perspective as a company, and this is shared by our higher management, we are not speaking of a solution. We even, some time ago, if you have not seen it, the brand Repsol has suffered a rebranding. More than changing the color of a symbol, it is making visible what, for some time, we have been trying to do along this way of the energy transition. We are not an oil and gas company anymore. We are a multi-energy company. And why? Because the energy transition requires all possible sources, but not only all possible sources, but doing it properly for each of these sources. And what is honest to do, here's where oil and gas comes in, is to identify precisely those opportunities in order to reduce our impact. There is a phrase that we have in home. If we want to have more barrels of production equal to oil and so on, they are more but also better barrels. These are barrels where their carbon impact or footprint is the least possible. And it will not be zero, clearly, which is why we have the other energies coming in. Renewables, technologies that perhaps in a standard oil and gas companies were not mentioned, but they are part of the solution in this equation that is so complex of climate change. So beyond a specific question on how much it can cost a solution or not, I believe that a reflection in these gathering, it's important to remind that if we don't do something now, accounts will continue growing, not only in the private domain, but especially affecting our communities or neighbors.
Thank you, Omar. I think we're right on time to wrap up with this panel. I don't want to go farther with time. There's one question more, but we are a bit delayed on the agenda. And I think that in the coffee break, you could go to the panelists and ask them questions directly. Just a last comment before closing would be the cost definitely will be high, but we need to think about what are we sacrificing? And the balance depends on each country. There's not a single solution or a unique solution for every country. We need to put things in a scale and weigh things in, and we need to do lots of sacrifices as a society. Within our region, our sectors, we're doing what we can, but this is an effort involving all society in general. Thank you. And we want to thank Olade as well.
Bueno, y ahora después.
Well, after listening to the commitments from each company to tackle the methane problem, we're going to talk about climate transparency and reporting. For that, we are going to hear from progress and challenges on such matters. We would like to invite to the stage Hilmer Solano. He's from the Tacius Corporation. We want to invite Erika Ortiz Sanchez from the Mexican Observatory of Methane Emissions, Florencia Carrera from the International Methane Emissions Observatory of UNEP. And we would like to invite once more Irene Alfaro, but this time she would be the panelist. And as a moderator, we're going to have Maria Alejandra Garzón, which is a technical coordinator from OMLAC. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for still being here with us in the upcoming 40 minutes, let's hope. The idea is to tackle everything related to transparency. And then we're going to have a coffee break, and we're going to complete the day with our regulation methane panel. When we were designing this panel, this includes climate transparency and the private sector. If we include the NDCs, we could say that this is within corporate sector, but there's no company sitting here. We actually have 4 key roles that are represented here because we wanted to see from a different perspective. We wanted to see how we are moving forward when it comes to transparency. And we should not forget the demand from the science on the governmental climate change panel on how we're allocating ourselves, what's the climate scenario for us, and also how close or how far we are of committing with our commitment in the Paris Agreement. We know that it has been 10 years from this Paris Agreement. We're going to be discussing the global balance because this highlights the need of accelerating efforts, improving our actions, joining efforts when it comes to transparency. We need to see this as a cross-sectional core that could help us to take decisions, manage regulatory framework, and perform such action. And looking at this in a cross-sectional way, this needs to be tied to all climate implementations. How are we accessing and transferring technology and the mechanisms and strategy for financing, reporting the data of emissions that are being held, and actions and commitments that each country is committed to. We have representation from the sector, we have representation from the companies supporting the gas and oil sector. We have Lineo within the program of the UN, the UNEP as part of the system, and also representing the multinational cooperation and the Mexican Observatory of Methane Emissions. This is actually one of the initiatives that are a landmark in the region in order to observe and track regulatory frameworks associated to methane, not only from the energetic sector, but also to see what do we need. So I would like to thank the 4 of you for sitting here with us, and I would like to start asking in an orderly fashion. I would like to ask Irene, from the work that you have been doing with the different companies that you mentioned before, what are the main challenges that companies are facing in order to comply with international standards when it comes to transparency, and how is this being managed? Thank you, Alejandra. I would like to formally thank Olade for inviting me. This gives me an opportunity to support the observatory from the institution standpoint, and the strategy from the oil and gas sector actually includes several challenges from a structural point of view, technical and regulatory framework in order to comply with the transparency indicators, particularly related to methane emissions and greenhouse emissions. From our organization, we have had more than 60 years in the market. We have been leading actions to help our associates to face these and many other challenges related to climate change. Mainly, we promote cooperation, the adoption of better practices, the use of innovative technologies in the workstations of our associates. We share lessons learned, and the importance of doing this is high. We have a commitment that we have kept throughout the years, and our sector is responsible for 15% of methane emissions in the region. Initiatives like the ones we had in Arpel with our workshops, forums, articles. What we are trying to do is to minimize these emissions, and we want to manage inventories and repairing and try to avoid any type of leaks. We want to assist our companies in order to face climate change. Going back to Alejandro's question, within the challenges that are the most relevant, I would like to highlight four. One would be institutional fragmentation that we have. There's lots of initiatives that are new and they are making progress, but we still have a lack of regulatory frameworks that could be homogeneous within the countries. This was mentioned earlier in the morning, but it's important to find or to get homogeneous aspects. And this was mentioned in the morning that we needed to manage this in a suitable way. We still have challenges when it comes to coordination within the Ministry of Energy, Environmental and Mining Ministry. So we would say that this generates lots of difficulties. The second challenge that I would like to highlight is limitation on monitoring these emissions. There's lots of operational companies that are working on improving their inventories. There are many operators that do not have robust indicators on monitoring, report, and verification. The technologies for methane detection are not formally introduced, and there's gaps on traceability of emissions in the value chain. The third challenge will be the limited access to climate finance, and this is something that was mentioned before. We have a shortage of economic incentives to invest in cleaner technology, and there's some difficulties to access international financing. We're talking about relevant interventions. And the final challenge that I would like to highlight would be the regulatory framework coming from the international side. We are developing international standards in different regions from the world in order to promote transparency, traceability, accountability of risks related to climate change. And we have a risk that goes beyond the environment because we're having a risk of commercial exclusion from business. We need to monetize the resource with these limits, for example, including standards of CBAM and others in Europe. The companies need to show compliance with standards, with due diligence when it comes to the climate. And I would like to highlight that from ARPEL, we are developing a project as a group with the IRM to develop capabilities and knowledge when it comes to manage risks and transition risks associated to the climate. We want to identify opportunities. The objective is that our companies could prepare for those regulatory frameworks, and we want to generate tools that could orient them and facilitate integration on managing risk in the strategy of each company. Thank you, Irene, and I would like to continue with somebody in the corner, which would be Erica. Erica, I don't know if maybe you could talk a little bit about the initiative of the observatory Erica it's part of the initiative that she's going to discuss further on, and maybe you could discuss from the transparency standpoint what we could discuss on emissions. Thank you, everyone. I would like to join to the thanks that were already provided and it's important to strengthen alliances. And I believe I would like to comment that the Mexican Observatory of Methane Emissions was an initiative from the civil society in order to encourage compliance when it comes to methane regulation in the oil and gas sector. I am from Mexico. This is an initiative from Mexico. In Mexico, we had two different regulations that were particular from oil and gas sector when it comes to methane. One is related to taking advantage of natural gas, related to taking advantage at 98%, and the other one was a program for all the companies in this sector for them to have prevention, mitigation of methane, as well as preventing leaks in their chains of value. And as technical analysis of actions that we could take in this sector, we notice, this was mentioned in other talks as well, we noticed that it was cost effective. That means that these actions could implement this, these companies could implement this, and this could be effective. And that's the reason of our observatory. We have 4 institutions of the civil society, and we have been doing this surveillance. From the civil society, we consider that from the OGME perspective, in order to have transparency, we could do monitoring on compliance, discussing transparency, and this is something that we have discussed. Providing information, it's important because sometimes in Mexico we were not considering how many key actors needed to comply with this. We have included which key actors need to comply this and if they are complying or not. Furthermore, we are not only thinking about showing data, but making data accessible. We could find information outside or certain data on methane, but for the general public or many key actors, is not necessarily something that they can access, or maybe they don't know what they mean. So I believe that from the civil society, we could contribute with a way of having a data translation. And this would help us to have a credibility or a more robust credibility of data, because sometimes people tell you, okay, the data is there, but who would be the third or the third party that would check the data and that the data is suitable? The civil society, I believe it could be the third eye, you would say, or that would verify that. We could exchange information, methodology, and we want to be a bridge between the private companies or international entities and other key actors in order to contribute to transparency. I don't want to talk too much. Yes, Erica. Now, Florencia. Yes, I would like to mention or take the advantage from OLADE and the observatory as well. I want to thank Lineo as well. And sometimes we need, I will have to say that we need hand in the exercise of climate change in order to speed up the effort among all of us and to achieve this purpose. I would like to say, Florencia, maybe I know that we have seen companies that are related to diverse initiatives within the observatory. And maybe you could tell us a little bit about the detail and what would be the support that international agencies are providing to close those gaps when it comes to monitoring, reporting, and verification in the countries and in the region as well. Thank you, Alejandra. And I would like to thank Olade for inviting me. And thank you for reminding Manfredi as well, because once you mention it, and I was thinking about the fact that we were there with him in the first summit, but thank you for that. Before starting, I wanted to highlight the words that Gaston mentioned in some of its interactions, because he talked about two words, which is the summit or the summary of everything that we have discussing, which is data and transparency. These are the pillars that are fundamental to develop regulations and policies that will be efficient. And I'm going to give you two clear examples on how to have data that could be imprecise and how could that lead you to jeopardize your risks. One example from Argentina could be that what happened to me, and I was doing a research on the four bi-yearly report, and this was based on the inventory from 2018, and the other report was based on 2020. If you analyze the energetic sector and what it represents regarding methane emissions, you could notice that there is a serious leap and difference between what one report could be compared to the other. One represents 1.2% of methane emissions on third position after agricultural and waste. In the fifth report, it represents 19% of emissions, being in the second position after the agricultural sector. So what are the baseline of our reports to understand the opportunities of mitigation? Because between 2018 and 2020, there was not an increase in production. Once you start building regulations, you need to consider where are your efforts going to go. And this is an example that, for me, it's quite interesting. We need to understand where are we getting our data from. The second one is an example from Mexico, to quote a study. I always mention this case, but I think that this is happening elsewhere in the world. If you go and measure with the suitable technology, you start thinking about top-down or conciliation with the bottom-up remarks, measuring on-site as well with technology that could do the conciliation of data. So this, what it provides, it's an integral comprehension of the emission sources and the magnitude. In Mexico, when we're talking about this scientific study, we found that there was a huge discrepancy between the offshore and onshore emissions. The result was that the offshore emissions were overvalued and the onshore were underestimated. So the reality was opposite to what was estimated in an inventory, and we were basing our policies. We were setting resources and policies in places where we did not need to. So having data which is accurate and based in science would help us determine the opportunities and focus our resources when we need to allocate them to, and focus on the Paris Agreement as well in the speed and the scale that we need to. So that's the objective from the Observatory of Methane Emissions, to provide data based on science that could be transparent and accessible for those who have the power of acting and reducing such emissions. Now I'm going to focus on the private sector because many things have arisen, but I would like to mention that all the initiatives of INEO are cross-sectional, and we need to close the gaps that we have in order to have data of quality. And we need to consider that we have a system that notifies these gas emissions to all the government of the world. We have scientific studies that are performing several campaigns throughout the world, not only on oil and gas, and also other sources. Also in Colombia, we're doing a baseline study. In Argentina, we have measured the abandoned wells. And we also consider the Ocean P 2.0, which is the alliance of the private sector against methane emissions. This is the only reporting framework based on measurements from the oil and gas sector. This alliance help us to stop considering generic factors in order to measure or to be based on measurements. This promotes the interaction of companies, and it is based on two fundamental pillars: transparency and science. The community of practice, as mentioned, it's also helping because we are exchanging good practices from companies. We held a yearly conference, we do webinars, we accelerate the learning of each company. OMP was formed in year 2020 with 62 members, and now we have doubled our members. We have more than 153 companies along the world, and we cover the three segments of production: upstream, mainstream, and downstream. OHMP is actually covering 40% of oil and gas production. And in Latin America, we're covering 61% of upstream, considering 50% of operational assets and unoperated assets on the 50%. We were talking about OSMP levels, level 5, level 3, level 2, but I think that it is important to clarify what's the definition of the levels. We need to understand how this regulatory framework would help each company to progress on data that could be imprecise, that could be based on generic data. And just to mention this quite quickly, level 1 is based on quantification in an active level with generic indicators. Second level are 5 categories of emission sources by using generic emission sources. Third level includes particular sources, but we're still using generics. And the fourth would include measurements at the source. And I believe that we could have a factor of emission that could be specific to that source, but based on measurement. And level 5 would be on-site measurements. We're talking about the ones that could embody the total of emissions in a region. We're talking air freight, drones, sensors in vehicles. So that conciliation of data at a level 5 in a site or coming from a source will give you a holistic approach of your emission, and this would help the companies to find sources that maybe they were not considering before, allocating resources for opportunities of mitigation and cost-effective measures. I would like to mention again, and I would like to highlight this, that Ecopetrol is part of the first group of companies that last year achieved gold standard. What is this? Well, when a company reaches level 5 within their 3 years for their operated assets, that would be that. And we have 5 years to reach level 5, and Sierra Gold was also highlighted in the report because they introduced an implementation plan that was excellent with regards to how they want to reach that level of reporting. And to finish, and then I would end my comment, I want to highlight the OHMP results. From the yearly report, we can highlight that 83% of emissions are coming from upstream, and emission sources, first of all, are venting, fugitive emissions, and third, we have incomplete combustion as a result of inefficiency in the quality of burning. With that, I would end my comment. Thank you.
So moving along with the same question for Hilmer in this case. Hilmer, if you can tell us what TACUS works on, and also as a solutions company, precisely what support do you offer to close these existing gaps with regards to monitoring, reporting, and verification? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation, Alejandra and all the Olade team. Well, TACUS is a company that offers digital solutions for emissions management for companies in the energy sector and other emission-intensive sectors. We are focused on all greenhouse gases. However, we have a peculiarity on methane as one of the most important gases, and that we mainly need to tackle in the remainder of this decade. To summarize, our support provided to users is with management or simplification of information, and we have four major challenges that users or clients, well, the companies, have in building their inventories. The first is data quality. Often, the user has no proper emissions management. It will depend that we have adequate data at a proper level of detail that first allows us to determine what are emissions at every site or level of the organization, with the goal to take corresponding measurements. So as part of this practice that we carry out, we support clients in organizing that data and in including proper emissions model for the corresponding calculation. In that sense, I would highlight materiality, which is one of the major challenges that companies currently have. Often, knowledge is required on how facilities operate and which of these facilities truly have emissions and what is the emissions mechanism. As often, we have methane only limited to leaks and venting, but actually, for example, incomplete combustion or low efficiency combustion is a source that may be significant for methane, and it must be considered throughout the strategy for reducing methane emissions. In addition to that, we also have challenges in the transition that currently companies are undertaking with models, as Florencia mentioned, from Tier 1 and Tier 2 into models that are more specific based on emissions. In Latin America, there are already many countries that are including these regulations in order to improve the quality of their emissions. So, that transition is very important to undertake it, and it is one of the major challenges that companies currently have, especially in the oil and gas sector. And in this case, also, in order to try to employ less the factors that are published in literature, which actually belong to studies in the United States and other latitudes that have a completely different configuration. And finally, the other support that we have seen has been needed or challenge is to link the operation with emissions management. These are two areas that are symbiotic. They are linked one and the other. And in that sense, an operations plan must be the beginning for an emissions forecast and for establishing goals. In that sense, we have to always look at the projection I have for the future of the asset. What are the expansion plans and the projects for reducing emissions, and what are the many alternatives that we have in the future of the asset in order to lead to an adequate decarbonization plan, and based on that to support the goals and to see what else we need to fulfill the goals, or whether the plan that we have for the future of the facility is sufficient. So that's a brief summary of this field of action. Great, thank you so much, Hilmer. So resuming here with Irene, and we will have a second round of questions, and then we will move on to the break. I would like to ask you, what concrete progress have you achieved from ARPEL and organizations that are associated there in the implementation of these systems for monitoring and reporting? Thank you, Alejandra. And I like this question more. It is more positive. I like to wrap up with a more positive message. Actually, there are many advancements, particularly ourselves from the year 2021. We ran a survey and research on the level of maturity in methane emissions management in our partners. And here I mean ARPEL's partner operating companies in that year. And this year we repeated it exactly the same. And the preliminary results, because we are still some responses away, but we are at 75% progress. They are quite encouraging, very encouraging. Specifically, if we compare LiDAR programs back then, here we mean detection and leak repair operations, we note an increase of more than 50% of companies that already have these programs, 100% implemented throughout the value chain of the company. If we go to the inventory analysis for methane emissions, the outcomes are even more encouraging, given that it quadrupled the percentage of companies with level 3 inventories. And here I mean levels according to IPCC. We are saying that levels 1 and 2 are based on estimations, based on emissions factors. The level 3 is already a level of inventory where it's based on direct emissions. Direct emissions. And then we have 4% more a level of company that for companies that already have inventories that are specific to methane, which leaves us very happy, actually. And in these 4 years, the number of companies that already have corporate goals that are specific to cut back on methane and which are currently enforcing concrete methane reduction measures. We even have many companies that have already publicly expressed their willingness and commitment in mitigating methane emissions by having signed some of the many existing initiatives internationally for reducing emissions. And one example here, since I have Florencia, I would like to highlight that we already have 7 of our partner companies that are adhered to the OCNP Alliance 2.0. These are Chevron, Ecopetrol, NGC in Trinidad and Tobago, Petrobras, Petro Ecuador, Shell, and Tableau. So in addition to that, from ARPEL, we provide institutional support to the observatory from OLADE, and we believe it will contribute much with data standardization and criteria at the regional level. We know that there is much still to go, but from ARPEL, we are fully committed to continue pushing and supporting our partners in this journey. Thank you so much, Irene. And coming back to Erika, I would like to ask you, from the experience you've had with the observatory, how can alliances among professional associations, companies, governments, and cooperation accelerate this process to improve and guarantee greater transparency every time? I believe a very important part is precisely, and it's been mentioned here as well, and this is standardization of processes, of MRB processes. So I believe there are many levels that one can start with, but that helps precisely transparency to see that data is reliable. But, and from civil society, I would like to emphasize that it can also be an opportunity to align it to these international commitments on methane mitigation as a way to also standardize these methodologies. And that also allows to include other matters that I believe are important, such as climate justice. And that is including different actors throughout this chain, and also making proposals or working jointly on different governance structures. I believe that can be one opportunity that we have in strengthening alliances. Another matter is also precisely the momentum from coordinated regulatory frameworks, how based on having this homogeneity in these mechanisms, I believe we can lead it to the level of regulatory frameworks where we are failing, what is it that is not making possible to standardize or to report data adequately, properly. So from the observatory, we obtain data via requests for information that we issue, and from around 365 companies, precisely for the issue of these methane emissions control programs that we unveiled, or at least based on this information, we unveiled that only 37% was delivering it. So from the observatory, this is beginning to work also on why is that not happening. And often it is due to the forms that need to be filled out are not accessible, they cannot be standardized, or they cannot be filled out because they don't know how to. There are no such trainings, but also from the institutional end, the fact that often they have no capability to process these reports. And I believe there, alliances with many, both international bodies, the private sector, civil society, we can build these work groups where we can all sit down to get working on these specific points. In addition to that, I also believe that this is pushing adoption for these international pledges and how we can fulfill them. So in that sense, I believe that collaborations and alliances are very important. And just to finish, from civil society, we can also be like the arm, or at least the experience of the open, to exert pressure for complying to these commitments, not only in the actors that are regulated, but also from the end of those that need to issue the regulations of these mechanisms in order to be able to fulfill these commitments. Let me know, we have a little time, so Florencia, concretely tell us what is coming with the initiatives or each of these windows that you were mentioning related to IMEO and some specific concrete progress in that activity here in the region. I will try to summarize as I have much progress to tell about, and I want to be brief. I will attempt it, but basically I would like to mention two things, trying to be brief. The reporting standard of OHMP is being used more every time, not only by the private sector, but also in regulations, because it is understood that it is interesting to speak in a single language when, for instance, in the countries of our region, reporting standards are being created instead of creating new standards and starting to think how the level of reporting can be, but simply reutilizing one that already operates, provides credibility. And that is something that countries and provinces in the region begin to want to incorporate in their regulations, considering that the European regulation, which was published last year, that regulates methane emissions coming from the oil and gas sector and also coal, it included the reporting standard from Ocean P, or in its section 12, which is basically the component for monitoring, reporting, and verification of the regulation. It is based on the Ocean P standards. That would apply for local producers. What's interesting in this regulation, which eventually can get to have implications for us and Latin American countries, eventually those who want to become exporters to the European Union, there is a specific chapter for energy importers where based on, or starting the year 2027, it will demand equivalence of MRV, which is basically based on Section 12, which is Ocean P Level 5, plus verification by an independent third party. It is not mandatory, clearly, to be an Ocean P member. The equivalence can be achieved in two ways, or to fulfill Article 12, which is basically this data reconciliation, or the company in being Ocean P member have a major stretch already advanced, but they should have verification from an independent third party. That applies for those contracts signed in 2024. Eventually, there will be modifications to those contracts. Not only the European Union, but buyers such as Japan and South Korea, via the Clean Initiative, they have highlighted in their initiative the Ocean P standard as a standard of quality in reporting. And I understand there's an ISO that's being developed that will also be based on this standard. As mentioned before, currently civil society and consumers, financial entities are giving recent and growing importance to the transparency and mitigation of emissions and the standard. What it gives financial entities is a performance indicator. Eventually, what has happened with the countries of our region based on the European regulation is that we have received many expressions of interest and requests for support to align regulations to the standard, always understanding that it's worthwhile speaking in the same language when we are discussing reporting. And the second thing I wanted to mention is how we're standing. Before moving on to that, I would like to say that starting from this support requirement by countries in Latin America and other countries in the region, what we are planning to publish, and this is a news break, if I could say, this is a support guide for those countries that are seeking to align merely the component of monitoring, reporting, and verification of their regulation with Ocean P reporting standards, and always understanding that there's an aim for this to have alignment with European Union standards, because basically they would be applicable to those countries that want to export. That's on one end. And second, what I wanted to say is on this progress that we had through the Mars system in the reduction of methane emissions. And basically, I would like to mention Latin America, because thanks to these alliances that we have made with governments, which have designated focal points to receive notifications from Mars, responses at 100% have been achieved in Argentina, where we have many focal points in different provinces. There is one new case of successful mitigation in Argentina in the province of Chubut. Today, a news piece was published at the UNEP page that is performing an update of 7 successful mitigation cases that happened around the world thanks to the Mars implementation system. And simply to briefly tell you how the Mars system works, when it detects and attributes a major emission to a specific facility based on a combination that eventually Mars uses 12 satellites, that mission is notified to the focal point designated by the government. If the company is a member of Ocean P, they are automatically notified, otherwise the focal point of government is asked to pass the notification to the operator. After that pass of notification, what is expected is to receive a response. In other words, the operator should inform on the causes that gave rise to that event, what was the quantification, and everything that they want to report to us will serve to understand what really happened. And if it is reported that there was mitigation, what is done is to prove with satellites that that emission, once detected, it is no longer detected by the satellites passing over that region. Only when that situation is reached, that case can be categorized as a proven mitigation case. Beyond the 7 mitigation cases published today, it is important to mention that there are cases that we cannot categorize as mitigation because there is no real mitigation occurring, but the information that government arrives on satellite data, this is information that often governments cannot access or that they do not have, and that is something that we are very thankful to, because thanks to that we can understand where emission sources are at and where inspections need to be focused on. So that's somewhat on progress from the observatory on the lines of Mars and Ocean P. Perfect. Thank you so much, Florencia. And lastly, Hilbert, please tell us about an experience that from TechUs you have supported these MRV institutions, and what lessons learned are there? What experience you've had in that? I have many examples to give. In general, to be brief, the support we have provided to all of these companies, both in Latin America and the United States, we have harmonization of this data with field emissions. Quite often we have some measurements that are performed outside of the standards required for EPA reporting, for example, or from other standards, but that give us some idea on a situation that is ongoing. An example is an undetected venting or an undetected leak that could be detected, for example, via satellite, but it has no explanation if we consider leak detection systems. So in that sense, our system has supported those companies to detect those situations, to perform the necessary inspections, and to give solution to those discrepancies. Often those discrepancies have no solution from the perspective of quantification, given the gap that always exists between quantification or quantification modes and the operational reality. But in many of those cases, we have achieved harmonizing both scenarios. That per se is a success story where we have supported companies. Thank you so much, Hilmer. And so with this last question, we would deem our transparency panel closed. I would like to thank the 4 of you for having been with us in the space, and we now invite you all to move out to the hall for our coffee break. Thank you.
Exacto.
Ahí ya tenés una idea más.
Sí, en Estados Unidos ya por lo menos ya ellos fueron capaces de hacerlo. Falta que aquí también a comer.
Bueno, llegamos.
We are now at the last session for this evening. We left a very important issue for closure. We will be dealing with regulatory challenges for reducing methane emissions, and we will get to know current experiences in drafting national and subnational normative frameworks. For this, we will now invite as moderator Juan Pablo Letelier from the Andean Parliament. And we will now invite up to the stage Juan Pablo Escudero from the M Institute from the University of California, Los Angeles, Paula St. Holly from the Clean Earth Task Force, Natalie St. Clair from the International Energy Agency, James Garvey from Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and Martin Marqueda, National Deputy from the Argentine Parliament. Sorry, we have no audio in the interpreter's booth, which has called us. I would like to start by giving a statement. Those who speak English have this concept called tipping point. In Spanish, it would be the point of no return. This has to deal with urgency. So the question to be asked, if one believes this is urgent, and it seems we do have an urgency, and for one to tackle this debate on climate change, sources of methane emissions, urgently, we need then to tackle regulatory matters. Common regulation, standardized, harmonized, as as we have heard today. But for that, what probably makes the most sense, it is good to generate spaces for exchange, and that is the goal for today. I just want to say that the Andean Parliament, we are promoting precisely for regulatory frameworks on an actor that is little discussed, and these are national assemblies and parliaments, which supposedly should be nurturing from this debate in order to set a regulatory framework that is permanent, fundable, controllable, which is what often does not happen. I would like to thank the panelists that I have with me today. I would like to offer you the floor so you can tell us about your experience, practices, since we have agency representatives who have been representing regulation mechanisms, academic institutions that have been promoting regulatory action. There have been NGOs with an extraordinary journey that have been pushing for this for long before many even heard about this. This has been discussed already, and there has been a legislator suffering the battle in the flesh to achieve the gathering of these people for discussion. So I would like to offer you the floor so you can tell us about your experiences in offering the promotion of regulatory frameworks. What have been the difficulties at the different levels? I'd like to begin with the representative from the International Energy Agency, which is the institution that has been pushing what should be the basic consensus that we should all share.
Thank you, Olade, for the invitation. My name is Natalie St. Clair. And I apologize, but I need to switch to English because otherwise it would take a lot of time for me to say something.
Agency, we take a three-pronged approach to support for countries who are looking to develop methane regulations. First, we offer a variety of resources publicly. You heard from my colleague Tomas this morning, who presented the Global Methane Tracker, which is the most comprehensive assessment of methane emissions estimates, abatement opportunities, and policy tracking at the global, country, and regional levels. In addition to the Global Methane Tracker, we also have 2 regulatory roadmaps and toolkits, and these are 10-step guides for policymakers who are interested in developing methane regulations, starting from really the very beginning of understanding their political and legal context, developing an emissions profile, to the design of the regulation, and we have a toolkit that is full of best practice examples from around the world. And categorization of different approaches that have been used by different types of agencies, different regulatory bodies, in order to tackle methane emissions. In addition to these resources, we also support regional, multilateral engagement. So in events like this one, we're very happy to support the dialogues between policymakers from different regions within a region, but then also from different regions who are all working on the same issues. So tomorrow we'll be hosting in the afternoon the regional roundtable on turning methane pledges into action, where we'll have a panel with speakers from Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and also the European Union to share their experiences in the different stages of regulation. And I'll also add here that, you know, as the IEA seeks a lot of opportunities to leverage our extensive network of policymakers that are members. So for instance, the European Union has often participated in these events to speak to the implementation of their import standards for the EU methane regulation that we've heard about already today. And then finally, the third type of support that we offer is targeted bilateral support for countries that are seeking to develop regulations. And so this is really coming alongside a regulatory agency, whether that be from a Ministry of Energy or Environment, and working together to go through the steps of developing a regulation all the way through. So, and we do that work with a lot of the people who are here in this room. We have a large ecosystem of international partners who each bring a unique contribution to the table. We're very happy to be part of that group.
Muchas gracias. Ofrezco la palabra.
Thank you. I would like to give the go-ahead to the representative doctor of 2 institutions that includes the civil society, and we know that we're going to be able to receive a lot of information in this behalf. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be part of this panel, and I do apologize for also speaking in English. I'm a replacement for Carlos de Regulas, so unfortunately you have me to this evening, but I hope I can certainly contribute to the discussion. I represent the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, which is part of the United Nations Environment Programme. Other colleagues have already presented today through the International Methane Emission Observatory. And the CCAC is the secretariat for the Global Methane Pledge. So we are a convener of global actors who are looking to address methane emissions across principally the fossil fuel sector, the waste sector, and also agriculture, and including various other elements. I represent the fossil fuel group within the CCAC. We have 2 strands of principal areas of focus, which includes the fossil fuel regulatory program, which we run in conjunction with CATF, and I'm delighted that Paula's here as well today. And what that does is it's a country program, it's a country-led program to find what's right for that particular country to reduce methane emissions focused on fossil fuels. So it's not a blueprint that is given to you. It is saying, where are you now as a country? What is your need that you feel that you need to look at? Where is your legislative base? And what kind of regulations are you looking to implement to support other activities, to support the mitigations that you would like to see? And how do you get within that the measurement, monitoring, verification and reporting processes that you've already heard about today? Also, we have the Fossil Fuel Hub, which is a convener of best practice globally, linking governments, national companies, ministries, and other actors together to share experience and best practice. And I think as part of what's relevant to this discussion is that as part of that hub, we're looking to establish specific regulator-to-regulator discussions, where regulators, either privately or publicly, as appropriate to the discussion, can share their experiences and share their knowledge and help each other to implement practice in different regions. And I think the discussion that we've had today as part of this ELADI discussion really helps feed into that process. I very much look forward to working with the ELADI community of practice as it go forward, because I think there's a lot of synergies in what has already been outlined from today.
Thank you very much. I'll offer the mic.
Gracias.
Thank you. I will be speaking in Spanish. So I would like to repeat a little bit many of the thank yous that have been mentioned towards Solade and the community of practice. I believe that having a continuity for all of us will be highly relevant. And I believe that these conversations should not only be yearly, should be more dynamic. So with that in hand, we are an NGO that we have been working for many years on methane. We have been covering 3 sectors, but all of our efforts were focused on the hydrocarbon sector. We are working with Latin America and the Caribbean, and we were supporting Mexico, Colombia, and now we are working with Brazil, Ecuador, and Argentina. The way that we work with them is through the framework that was mentioned, the fossil fuel regulatory program, but the activities that we held are mainly 3. One will be strengthening capabilities. This could be easily reflected on workshops with representatives of the industry, such as we're having today, for example, but we can also include multi-sectorial workshops, technology demonstrations. We have experts in the use of the OGI cameras. We have had field visits. I believe that Petroecuador mentioned this before. We have been working with the Ministry of Energy and Mines, representative of regulatory agencies, to understand how are these equipment or machinery is working and how we can implement this in the sector to reflect this finally in legislation. We need to obtain legislation, not only ambitions, but we need to be able to execute it. And the other objective that we have is to help governments to understand the methane problem and understand solutions. We have a tool which is the country method abatement tool, and this helps us have an approach on methane emissions disaggregated by the source to understand which source is actually contributing greatly to methane emissions. And then based on the best international regulatory practices, we need to see what's the mitigation potential. I would like to mention Ecuador once again because we're working with them on developing the inventory of methane emissions that could be disaggregated by the source. We estimate that 50% of those could be mitigated. We have performed a similar simulation in Argentina, and 50% of the methane emissions of Argentina could be easily mitigated, and these are not equal mitigation percentages. Each has a contribution which is different according to the sector of each country. So this tool would enable us to have mitigation plans that could be suited for local conditions. We could see also what are the regulatory practices that should be included in methane regulations. And as a third activity would be technical assistance to the hub, and that would be specific for implementation on regulation. This, of course, includes different resources like technical comments, development of reports to understand what could be the criteria and what we should include in the regulation, or how we can certify the regulation on the efficiencies. So all of these technical comments that could be hard of only a single agency could have that access. And maybe we don't even have it. We just have the connection to facilitate the conversation between Colombia and Ecuador that could talk about how they have implemented this part of the regulation between Mexico and Ecuador, and the difficulties that they have when designing the regulations. So we are looking to adapt this to the particular needs of each country. And just a quick advertisement here, if you are interested of working on the regulatory framework of fossil fuels, you could send an email to us saying that you're interested, so we can evaluate and give you technical assistance that you require. Thank you. I would like to give the go-ahead to Juan Pablo Escudero of Institute of Climate Change. Hi. It's incredible to see all of you here, and actually I am quite happy. I would like to share how grateful I am with the organizer, and I see your faces because we're all struggling to stay awake after a long day of a lot of information. Methane a while ago was only a technical aspect. It was something related to engineers and scientific field, but this is changing a little bit. About 10 years ago in the Agreement of Paris, we were not talking about methane. There's no single mention of methane. And in the methane world, some people said that they all know each other. It could be a world that would be small, but is one of the actions line that would be the highest relevant in the world. I believe that there could be lots of technological development and good intentions, but if we don't complete that with regulation, it will be hard to have contributions to methane emissions. We are in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are working from a legal factor, but in the U.S. it's different because there's a court and a different state of law. But if there's, in Latin America, if there's not legislation behind, it is hard that we would strongly commitment to reduce these emissions. In the UCLA, as you can see, since I'm speaking like this, I am from Chile, I'm not from California. But we are working on incorporating technology internationally, devoted as well for developing countries. And nowadays, the new technology enables to detect methane emissions in a way that we were not thinking about before. Nowadays, these tools are being used to include inventory, embody the sources, qualify what the companies are providing. We know that maybe if this is not the solution today, it is important that legislations in Latin America enable us to open the doors to have greater technological development and improve our legislations. And the question that inspires me would be if maybe the future could enable us to have better methane regulations or regulate methane in a way that we were not considered previously. We have tried to explain how are these technologies working in a message that could be understood by all of us. I'm not a scientific, I am a lawyer. Many things of the scientific field were hard for me to understand, but nowadays we can all understand it. I don't want to bore you more, but I would expect you to come closer to us because in the UCLA we are happy to support all of the countries that would like to receive our support from people coming that are more intelligent than myself. Thank you. I would like to give the go-ahead to Martin. He has been a leader in of the process that took place in a country with a debate in the Congress related to methane and the hydrocarbon industry. And as Juan Pablo said, you could have intentions, technology, you could have technical assistance, but if there's no legal framework that would demand others to comply with methane emissions limitations, or if there's no government coordination or articulation, we are not going to make much progress in the time that we're expecting to. Martin? Yes, thank you, Juan, and thank you for inviting me here. You're giving me some reasons to discuss why is this useful to have a legislation framework. And I could mention four. There were many actually that people have discussed, but I think that I should repeat this. We have international agreements. Most of the countries in the world have signed the Paris Agreement. Methane agreements, there were numerous decarbonization letters coming from companies. And we know that this is positive because this has set an action line, but the agreements, in a sense, are not binding, mandatory. There's no penalties if you non-comply it, unless we're only talking about reputation of your company, which, by the way, that's important. But it leads us to think about an idea on why this could be a possibility to start with these legislations. The second reason could be good practices in the industry of oil and gas in order to mitigate methane emissions. And this is not only environmental related. We know that methane is 20 times more strong, but 80 times more than carbon dioxide. So that means that reducing it, it would have a faster change in the environment. And but not only because of that, but also because of efficiency. The main component of natural gas or transitional fuels is methane. So the agency, they calculate that we are estimating 10 million tons a year between ventings, fugitive emissions, and flaring, which is burning gas. So this includes 111 BCNs, and if we would translate this to money, to dollars, with a price of $3.5 billion of BDUs, we're talking about $50 million that will be wasted. And we can add something that the World Bank is considering, which is natural gas that is being torched. And this would be a waste of resource. We're talking about another 3%. That would be 5.7, almost 6%, equivalent to world production of gas is $30 million that we're wasting. And this could be useful not only for populations that do not have access to natural gas, but also to have a minor impact into the environment. And also we need to generate profits because what each country is looking for is that. And there's a second reason, and also the third reason would be that the industry has implemented many of these actions. Just to give an example of Argentina, out of the 5 top producers, there's 3 companies that 5 years ago are having decarbonization plans, particularly related to methane. And in those 5 years, starting from 2019, where they have started, between 50 and 77% of methane emissions by investing 0.5% of their total investment. That means that the investment is minimum. This is less than 1% of what invested in exploration or wells in order to have substantial improvement. And they have done that while they were positioning as the leader of production. So there's no excuse to move forward with a better production with less environmental impact. And the third reason will lead us to the last conclusion, will be legislation diversity. This could be applicable more to my country, and I know that in other countries could be different, but my country is federal, where each province has its own legislation. For example, we can approve projects for exploration, and who provides the license to have that oil area, it's a province. So we could have different legislations in 4 of 8 producing oil and gas sector, in which the same companies operates, and that would make it more complex because they could have different environmental standards. And the work that they could do in Rio Negro or Chogur could be different. But this doesn't imply that it is bad. But if there's not a unification or homologation of such process, it could make our process slower. So these 4 reasons include a legislation project that was introduced, and we wanted to we had a first step in the Congress. But of course, these 4 reasons were important to make them understand why was this important. We need to produce with less environmental impact. Thank you, Martin. To discuss these reflections, there's some, or remarks, sorry, there's some institutions that would like to collaborate. They have a program, they have orientation, there's experiences, and I would like to ask, what do you believe that we're either moving fast or slow? What do you believe could be the gaps to move forward in order to have regulatory frameworks that could be related to how urgent this is with the cost? Because nobody's talking about health cost, which could be all of these methane emissions are creating respiratory systems. Half of the respiratory diseases are associated to these greenhouse gas. So what do you believe that we have this gap? Talking about a common ground.
I think I'll start by re-highlighting what a lot of people have underlined here today, which is that if you look at just the past 5 years, the way that methane has become an important issue at the global level is really remarkable. And we've seen, over 150 countries have signed the Global Methane Pledge. We see a lot of commitment initiatives from industry, from countries. But what we at the IEA feel is missing, or see as the next step, is the implementation of these high-level pledges into practical regulation. So to give an example, we estimate that if every country that signed the Global Methane Pledge were to implement the reductions, their commitments of the pledge into their policy, into their NDCs, this would eliminate an additional 1.2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent by 2030, which is the same as eliminating all of the emissions from aviation and shipping industry. So on the regional level, we see that, most of the major producers have signed the GMP. A lot of NOCs, including Argentina and Brazil and Colombia, have signed the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, which entails a commitment to zero routine flaring, and as well as a lot of countries who have also committed to zero routine flaring. but we continue to see these emissions going up. And I want to go back to a statistic that my colleague Tomas highlighted in his presentation, which is that 61% of the regional emissions in Latin America could be reduced through tried and tested measures. So what we've heard, and we just heard a wonderful panel about transparency in climate initiatives and the work that's being done to improve the MRV systems and the measurement initiatives that are going on. However, it's important to remember that there's a lot of work that can be done with prescriptive measures. So things like just enacting and implementing strict restrictions on flaring, on venting, enacting leak detection and repair programs, technology standards for devices that we know that we already have, that we don't need technological breakthroughs for, that can drastically reduce emissions. This can already tackle up to around 2/3 of emissions that we see today. So I think that it's important to bear in mind that these things can happen at the same time, that we don't need to wait until we have better data. This is, something that we hear a lot, that we can't enact new policies until we understand fully our emissions. But these are things that can happen at the same time. Building out your emissions inventory and also enacting prescriptive measures that are proven to reduce emissions.
Thank you very much. James, why do you think we're moving so slow? Or are we not moving so slow? Or is it that we don't have enough people listening yet?
I think we've got a number of challenges that have arisen, but what we do see is that people do understand there is a need for action. The pledges are there. The problem is, just exactly as has been said, we're not translating that into actions on the ground at the moment. And there's a number of reasons why that may not be the case. But the imperative for action, as has been highlighted, is there. The need for the action and the opportunity is now. We're experiencing climate change. We need to respond. And as has already been highlighted, this is one of the quickest, cheapest, fastest ways, most cost-effective ways that we can act. 1/3 of what we're experiencing on climate change or global warming is driven by methane. Roughly 1/3 of that is coming from fossil fuels. So we need to put in place measures that can look forward and start to move measures quickly. And before we look at gaps, I wanted to say perhaps, well, what does good look like? Where do we start from? Well, good really looks like having the political commitment and leadership. That has to be central. That has to have consensus across all the parties and the stakeholders to be effective. Sometimes one part wants to do a really good job, but sometimes others are not quite aligned, and that slows down the process. You need to have an appropriate framework that enables action. So supportive. It's no point in putting just a regulation for regulation's sake. It needs to be targeted to improve and make it easier to implement some actions. That needs consultation. It needs the necessary resources and capacity. And sometimes that has also been lacking. So if you're looking at that is in institutions, it's in ministries, but it's also in service companies, supply chains that can then provide equipment, experience to scale up action quickly. And there's also elements of follow-up. That might be incentivization or it might be enforcement. You're trying to incentivize action, but there also has to be an element or penalty for those that aren't acting in accordance with their previous commitments. So if I can come on to kind of like what good then translates to in terms of what we need to see, perhaps, is the need for clear targets. We have targets for CO2, but we don't necessarily have a focus on methane quite yet. So having methane-specific targets in our country plans is vital. And that is starting to happen, certainly when the NDC3 process is coming through. So we have to know where we want to get to. There has to be a clear mandate for ministries. Exactly as you highlighted, there are methane is not just about climate change. It's a safety issue for people on working in facilities. It's a air quality issue that can then impact health, as you've highlighted, and also agricultural productivity, because it leads to, methane can lead to other pollutants that then impact health and air quality. And also the mitigations for methane often also reduce other pollutants, such as black carbon, which can affect respiratory responses. So what we need, given that diversity of action, is a clear mandate across the ministries that are involved. Who does what? Who is responsible for what? And sometimes that gets sometimes a little bit confused. There needs to be sufficient institutional and supply chain capacity, so the resources. Sometimes people are doing methane work as a second part of their action. They're not dedicated to methane action. So making sure that we've got people who are looking at this day in, day out, trying to drive change will help speed things up. And making sure that we've got that understanding and those penalties that are material, that make a difference for action, because sometimes not following the commitments and not following the rules is almost, not necessarily permitted, but it isn't penalized to make it material to actually follow up on the action. And making sure that we're also looking at methane management in the broadest context as well. This is part of the energy transition. Making sure that that is understood and involving, someone said, a just transition, making sure that it's fair, not just to the country, but also to the communities within that country.
Thank you, James. Paula, tú compartes que los desafíos.
Now, part of this is that the challenges is to set targets, because when one looks at LDC and even the climate change legislation for Latin America and the Caribbean, there are no methane targets as a general rule. Only now are we seeing some cases, but in general there are no targets. I believe it is difficult to, I would ask perhaps, what is the vision that we have on a target, whether the target can be an action. I believe that is important, and it can be included already, and it can be a first step to include on the NDC. And those can be targets based on better practices and standards, as Natalie mentioned, that my NDC target will be to include a program for detection and repairing leaks, or it will be to include a prohibition on venting and regular combustion. And that's important, like creating these robust systems where climate action and the NDC climate targets are linked to programs on energy with targets and specific regulations for methane to begin making these robust systems where, based on that, we can get to control and to decrease resources, or to get the resources to implement actions. Often, if an action is not in an NDC or an action is not in a regulation, then funding is not designated or allotted, so there's no means to implement it either. So getting back to the question, there should be targets. Perhaps the first targets are not a percentage, but specific actions. And as there is progress in understanding the methane problem in every country and understanding what are its emissions or specific data, calculating these forecasts for mitigation based on best international practices, it allows to establish sectorial targets for mitigating methane in the NDC, and then to group them and to make a target at the country level for reducing methane. So I believe there is a path that must be followed to get there, so that these can be targets that are attainable by countries. But having a target is something that everybody will have to aspire to, because it is a way to link to it and for us to say we have progressed this much and we have this commitment. Thank you, because decarbonization processes talk of percentages. decarbonizing so much percent yearly, but it seems here action is necessary. Is there a technological basis, Juan Pablo, to advance? Is there understanding of the alternative? Because in other places in Latin America there is experience which has been very efficient. I don't know what you can tell us, and even on the challenges to include those other practices, those good practices in Latin America. How difficult is participating in the panel where all questions are interesting, and I would like to answer them all, but just a brief note regarding your provocative question on we are advancing so slow or so fast. It is not enough, but it's hard for me to find examples when humanity has found a problem so little ago, and there are so many people getting on the wagon of regulation and just exaggerating. In Latin America, then Mexico came in, then Colombia, Argentina, Bolivia presented one, and all of this thanks to convincing or buy-in. So for parliamentarians here in the room that have not yet included methane norms in your countries, do it, because these are of the few things where there is an agreement from all political sectors, because at least for oil and gas this is a win-win. Nobody wants methane emissions, not even the very emitters, because here oil producers are losing with methane emissions. It's not like with carbon that necessarily they require to burn and to emit carbon, but here it's different. So please do it, and we can help you, all of us sitting here, and you will get, as we say in Chile, you'll make a major win politically, and all the planet will be thankful. Now, regarding the gaps, technology-wise, I believe there is an excessive misinformation on technology, and with Juan Pablo we had a panel on a very different thing to this in South Africa little ago, and the de-association between the technical and the political and the technical world is very relevant, and one sees it now in our countries where discussions on the new methane regulations suffer from a very technical shortcoming, and it's not their fault, and I also suffer from that lack of knowledge, but it is absolutely necessary to be a greater creation of capabilities, both in the technical as well as in the human. That is mandatory. Now, I was defending regulation, but if there is no significant content, that it doesn't apply. Now, another different gap, but something important, not a gap, but something important that I would like to give you credit for, Juan Pablo, is that it's necessary to have people with enough energy to promote these things. Juan Pablo has promoted the initiative in the Andean Parliament that where many countries have joined, and I believe that we cannot subestimate its importance, underestimate its importance, nor the need with the willingness and perseverance to go about things. Thank you so much. Martin, why do you not tell us what has been the experience or the easier part, the obstacles that one faces, the difficulties, and sometimes one navigates a political situation that is not always friendly nor favorable? Well, first, the more interesting part and what made our job easier is that there was already an effort ongoing under a project to decrease methane emissions, by which we already have a major effort undertaken, and we readapted it. We made some changes to it. And what's good is also that we found, both in the industry, for the reasons I was telling a while ago, and also for many of the provinces that have the desire to advance on this, because less methane emitted is also more resources for that province by the royalties they get from the natural gas that is exploited. So we find in the background something positive, or fertile ground, as we say in my province, La Pampa, which is a farming area for sowing. So that was a good opportunity. But we also had, talking of opportunity, a difficult year in Argentina to further with this, to advance with the regulation. We began in the middle of last year. Argentina was coming from a very significant crisis, and the current government leading many reforms via parliament in order to get out from that situation. And that led for Parliament to take the lead with the urgency to decrease inflation with some regulatory changes and so on. And perhaps we weren't able to get busy with what's important legislation like this that goes to the mid or the long term. So that was a difficulty, if you will. Even so, all last year we were debating this normative framework, inviting institutions that were interested, corporate chambers. The Argentine Institution of Oil and Gas helped us much with the know-how on what are those good practices based on international experience, but which also were applicable to my country. As I was also telling different officials and ministers in the provinces. So throughout last year, it allowed us to propose modifications and to create a bill under consensus, and this is key. It probably happens in other countries, but I can talk about my country, where there's a dispersion and a very political partisanship in order to issue legislation without the political discussion or based on which party is presenting it. So this had support from legislators from all blocks, from the opposition, from the official position, and more central positions. So by the end of last year, we were able to achieve the first step to issue the bill. Now, we resumed this year. Congress has different commissions. This is under the Environment Commission. It took the first step and passed this draft bill by vote from all deputies, save for an exemption that I'm naming because it seems interesting to me, where legislation is discussed much, whether this section or the other, but the only difference that we ended up having with other deputies or MPs is what is the scope of application for the law. Though it's somewhat minor because there are no further things being discussed on whether it falls on the Minister of the Environment or the Ministry of Energy. So we were still in time to save it. So we took that first step in the Commission of Environment, and we have the remainder of the year to advance in the Commission of Energy and the Budget Commission. And to close, if you will, another difficulty that I do see in the draft bill is that perhaps we were too ambitious with this regulation. Argentina is moving toward deregulation in many sectors, and in this case, we were proposing a process whereby we ask companies to begin reporting, to have a certain program for detection and repairing leaks. We advised them on some measures to lead with, but with certain freedom. We established a pilot plan for 3 years in order to adapt whether this is feasible for a sector that is leading Argentina. It is providing much development. So this is a cap and trade with its own complexity to be taken forward. That perhaps was an extra step, as we call it, and with the reality we have in Argentina, perhaps we shouldn't have not been as ambitious with such complex regulation, but we are still on time. That if that is a not, we are able to still propose it, and we are in an exchange with the executive, which would definitely lead with this legislation in accordance with the provinces to see whether that can unblock treatment and to continue advancing. What's important is that we already have at least a certain jurisprudence on the matter, and so whenever a debate continues, there is a good precedent to lead forward with the law or with the bill. Thank you. To begin closing, I would like to ask each of you in the order that you desire. It seems every time we require something that is more simple, we have talked about harmonizing legislation. It's not about thinking regulatory framework per country. And this about what authority must oversee may cause huge conflicts in governments in the same party because it has the authority, and there's a whole issue there because it falls on agency representatives in the country. Perhaps they can help us to reflect upon this point later. I would like to ask you, how do you believe that progress should happen? Because something that all have said is that dialogue or exchange is fundamental to interact, to train, to provide technical assistance. How is that done at this time when the world is a bit polarized, where people are talking little or not enough between or in a sector where it seems everybody's willing to exchange, which doesn't seem to happen on other issues. Perhaps Paulo wants to answer? Yes, what a complex question. I believe the first approach is inviting all actors to be on the table, inviting them to events like this, to specific workshops at the country level, to panels, to talks. Also, regulations, or depending on the country or the process, they would have public consultation processes. I believe that also backing themselves in public consultations, setting up more spaces with the different parts or parties to begin creating this consensus on what is the best way to regulate in that specific country. But thinking about this vision of a regional agenda, we also know that there are best practices that can be implemented at the team level or at the operational level that will be common and leverageable to almost all cases. So there may be a framework that is more regional, also thinking about what was mentioned at the beginning by Marcelo Mena on having import standards regionally, also on what was presented by Olade on this natural gas, low-emission natural gas certification. These targets can be set at the regional level, and they can be tailored to the needs and the conditions in every country. So there is a path where we can start working harmoniously to the measure possible and to begin harmonizing what is the entity that regulates the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Energy, the regulatory agency. That will depend on every country, and that perhaps will affect the content of the regulation, but the technical requirements generally are, if not the same, they're very similar, and they are the conditions of applications that will be changing from country to country. James, what do you believe?
One of the things I believe is, or is, perhaps is helpful, is we talk technically, but this is also about emotional. This is about hearts and minds, that we should be doing something that is correct. And I really liked the Olade report title, that is, Invisible Emissions, Visible Solutions. Because I don't know if people have seen optical gas imaging camera pictures. When you actually see methane, it doesn't matter necessarily what the quantity is. You know you need to do something about it. You know it is a danger. It is a danger for the environment, if you like. It's a danger for health and safety, for the workforce, for the asset, in terms of asset integrity. And so when you visualize it, you get an emotional response. No field manager in an oil and gas operation wants to see a leak. They don't allow leaks. If they see it, they instantly realize their workforce, their colleagues, their friends are in danger. They want to do something. So if you take that through to a national level, to a parliamentary level, how do we create that image? How do we create that vision? And that creates the need for action that then allows to look for what is the driver for change? What is the framework that we need? What is the, where can we take this in terms of the regional context that is common to us all? Exactly, like can we potentially look at import standards and beyond? In other words, how do we provide legitimacy through a regulatory process or a parliamentary process for that action? And provide that legitimacy actually needs us to visualize it. We can't, it's difficult to talk to all the stakeholders in numeric terms, in technical terms, but if you visualize it, you can act on it. And so personally, I really believe that we need a methane reduction culture, an approach that is emotionally connected as well as technically connected, that then people can say, yes, we absolutely need to do something now.
Thank you very much. Juan Pablo, I don't know.
Sí,
Yes, very briefly, but there was something that I liked much, and it requires normative that is more simple. It's better to have something simpler. It's better to begin the conversation because you said something very important as well. How important is communication? How many people outside of this room knows in our country that we have this methane problem, and how important is it? I assure you that most of my family doesn't know at all, and I'm working on this. So having effective communication is very important. It is very necessary for politicians to get behind. So the more progress is when politicians or decision makers are being pressured by something that is popular. So here we have the opportunity that is very unique in the environmental world, that we have the possibility to do everything that will be of benefit to all and doesn't divide us politically. In Latin America, that is something that is basically impossible to find. And also it will be necessary from the economic perspective because regulations already in Europe and other countries are demanding certain behaviors on methane emissions. So even the more conservative, even those that want only economic boom, this will be necessary for them. So we have a unique opportunity here that does not divide us and benefits us all. Natalie, and the agency, how can it help in these next steps to begin a different dialogue?
Martin hit on something very important earlier when he was talking about his experience in Argentina, which is how to coordinate with all of the different actors at the governmental level. And I can appreciate, I think everyone who has worked on one of these projects can appreciate the difficulty of bringing together all of the stakeholders around the table. But I guess I can just say that it's worth it and it's necessary. You know, in our experience, we're usually working with one agency as kind of our main counterpoint who's bringing forward a regulation. And it can be very, very difficult to get the people that you need to, you know, if you're in the Ministry of Ecology and you need to work with the Ministry of Energy or with other agencies, it can be very difficult to coordinate across the table. But then when you get to the stage of implementation, then whether you like it or not, you're going to have to work with these people. And if they weren't brought in from the very beginning, then, you know, the regulation is there's going to be a lot of challenges at the stage of implementation. And I think this is something we're thinking about more and more as we're seeing, you know, some of these very good regulations being designed, being developed, being implemented, and now we're in this implementation stage and seeing how things are going. So this is something, just echoing what Paula said, that is very important to have everyone around the table. And for this, I think also to echo what others have said, that the political backing at a high level is really, really crucial. I mean, we've heard today, you know, this is can be a very technical issue, but we've also heard today that this has implications for everyone. So if we can elevate this to be a more public discussion, and talk about these messages that we're hearing of the differences that it can make in terms of emissions, in terms of climate change that affects all of us, then I think that will move us towards working together.
Muchas gracias. Martín, ustedes son los que...
Martin, you are the ones who began. For those who don't know, there was a Senate who fulfilled her mandate in Argentina, who began a process with other colleagues for having a dialogue among all, with industry, with government authorities, provincial authorities. She did something that is not always done in legislative processes. It was very inclusive. And it has become an example for projects that have been presented now for debate. To this day in Ecuador, in Bolivia, in Chile, it's being assessed to be presented in other places. So how do you believe that progress must happen? Well, understanding and adapting to reality. Sometimes legislators, we believe that our law, as we are drafting it, it should turn into a bill without any changes, without accepting others' ideas. I do not believe in this way. I do not think this way. I believe that the laws that have more strength are the ones with most consensus or backing. That allows us to adapt to the suggestions and changes from other legislations and to issue laws And in that sense, how can we carry on? And what is it that I believe we can provide from this first experience? And this is understanding that needs to be a collective process. This is understanding that all stakeholders must be sitting on the table. And when I say all stakeholders, I mean from the oil companies down to environmentalists that are protesting the activities of that company, but even down to the communities and native peoples that may exist, all stakeholders sitting down on the table or having an exchange with each of them to see what can be given. And that is what's most complex, because one must deep dive into many valid interests, but this is what allows, to my judgment, to have good legislation. And this is what we need here, because there's no more time. You were just mentioning we are at a turning point or a tipping point when disposing ourselves of our pride that we can naturally have and being able to adapt to that reality, even applying changes to the law, but of course it should not change the nature. But looking at it differently, I believe we will be able to take those steps. In fact, we encountered a colleague, in this case a senator in the province of Chubut, and we were talking over coffee. And this is what this kind of event is for. We are from Argentina, and sometimes we don't encounter each other, but here we had a good talk, and we said, how can we go about to unblock this? And that occurred to us. Look into what can be the blocks today in the draft bill, and to begin a similar process, but in the other chamber, in the Senate. And perhaps the draft bill will end up being issued, and it doesn't matter, it's not in my authority. What matters is Argentina can get to have a bill that allows to mitigate methane emissions and to produce with better environmental practices. That is what I would like to leave to my country and my children, not law signed by Martin Maqueda, but a law that changes something, and I have provided my own input there, and I'm convinced that it's possible, so we'll continue under that hope. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Olade, which is the only institution that allowed for there to be a dialogue or an exchange that is multidisciplinary from different stakeholders regarding an urgency that relates to methane emissions. The only possibility for us to see in our lifetime a positive effect on climate change is by reducing methane emissions. We will not see it with CO2, because CO2 takes centuries to dissipate. Methane takes 12 years. And the only chance to see it in our lifetime is for this to happen in the energy sector, because that is a place where it can be done at the greatest speed. I would like to thank our panelists, and I would ask a round of applause for their reflections. And I would like to thank Olade for hosting us here. Thank you so much. Stand at the center for a group picture, please. Meanwhile, we would like to thank all of our participants for your valuable presence. Tomorrow we'll carry on with this event. We'll continue generating this exchange spaces and with participation from all stakeholders. And for you to continue the talk, for you to continue discussing outside of this room, Bridger Photonics, which is another one of our sponsors, invites you to a cocktail. That way you can continue debating on legislation, technology, and whatever you like. See you tomorrow.